Yeah, with a monster by our side, sure.
Absolutely. Of course, with that, John, we kind of need to give a couple shout-outs because people are asking, so we may as well, as it is the last tournament of the year. So, shout-out to Brian Ocampo. Shout-out to Shem Jafet Leonizo. I'm probably pronouncing that very badly, but shout-out to that guy as well. They asked on Facebook, so I said, screw it. We'll give him a shout-out.
Yeah.
You got something,
I got to
John?
give one as well.
Yeah.
John Jeffrey Concepcion and the Madrazo family here in GSIS. Thank you again for tuning in. Thank you for everyone else in chat as well. You guys have been pleasant fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is our last cast of the year. So we're obviously grand finals. Great time to cast for the final time this year. But before we get into the draft, thank you to the viewers. Obviously, I always say this. SCA is known to be notoriously toxic, but I really don't think so. I've been watching some other chats recently in other regions. I honestly think SCA is one of the better ones. At least when we're casting, everyone's really nice. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure casting for you all this year. But let's get serious, John. Back to the draft. TNC Predator starting off with a very interesting pick. They go for the Shadow Shaman into the Morphling. Now, I don't mind the Morphling. We've seen TNC run this morph many, many times. But why do they keep going back to the Shaman pickup?
It's just got so much stable push, right? Like it has really good single target hold. You've got this insane push that can come out with the wards. You've got some interesting changes as well with your shards, right? That's the shards that gives you that channel with awards that you can use to get additional push. Of course, it's almost like the same reason you used to pick up a Bane in terms of control. Like you get the Aether Lens up, you get a Blink up, you've got Hex and Shackles, you've got really strong lane domination with the ridiculous right clicks a Shadow Shaman has, along with a wave clear he has with his Ether Shock. So a lot of options there to just hold the lane and dominate it for TNC. With a Shadow Shaman, the 4 or 5. Team Dog, though, do go with this very standard opening now. Undying Leshrac. You've got the heals from the Undying. We've seen this hero really come into its own towards the end of the last patch. Still carrying on in this patch as well. And the Leshrac, we talked about it as well. Like, it comes out at the end of a patch, and it hangs around the start of a patch. So it's back here, gives you stable push, stable damage onto towers as well, and really good early spikes coming out here with Lesh. We'll see how it does unfold. This is an early Morphling pick by TNC. They are taking care of some counters. You see the PL taken out here, so no option for one of those really annoying diffusal carriers. AM could still be an option if Team Dog want to go AM to Morphling, but still opportunity for TNC to ban that out as well.
Absolutely. We're going to take a bit more time to let this final ban come out from TNC, but they are focusing in on those position ones, just wanting to make sure that In Your Dream doesn't have the greatest time in this this game number 1. Spectre PL already being removed. One more to go.
You know what I would like to see TNC do again?
What's that?
It's been a year. Maybe what is it? No, actually, it's been like almost 2 years. But I want Morphling Shaker.
No,
I want Morphling. I want Morphling Shaker, and I want to see the shard.
Enough.
Solely just to see the shard. I want to see it.
Well, what does the shard do on Shaker these days?
Remember, he can walk through the fissure, I believe, and if he casts a spell, he gets aftershock along the fissure.
Oh my god. What a... You know what? That might actually be broken. They are going to go for the Auto Titan instead, though, so they're being responsible here. They do get that free BKB from the Titan. Obviously, you morph in, you get the Astral Spirit out, get that bonus damage, get the free BKB once you have the Aghanim Scepter up. And yesterday, when we saw them run this Morphling Auto Titan, it was a bit of a debate because they went for a Wind Ranger pick afterwards. And that Wind Ranger Morphling combination was quite disgusting to watch. In fact, I believe my PC was struggling to keep up with the amount of pixels flying across the screen because they just kept wind running non-stop. And, you know, Wind Ranger Arcana, you know, it is a thing. It does tend to throw out a lot of pixels. But Team Dog, they're not playing around, John. They go for the Arbed Storm. And if you're a Team Dog fan, you're going to really enjoy seeing this right now. As we've seen Arbed on this Storm many, many times. He performs every single time. Very, very hard to see him losing on this hero. It's still very possible. I mean, he did just pick it into a Shadow Shaman. So it's nowhere near a free Storm game because you already have so much Disable for this Storm. But it's Arbit. He loves playing Storm.
That he does. And you mentioned a Shaman. Even then, I think the Storm's not too worried about Shadow Shamans. We've seen Shadow Shaman picks to control Storms. The timing can be a bit back and forth. If the Shaman can't get space to farm Aether Lens plus Blink, it can be difficult. Of course, as a Storm Spirit, you've got the option to farm for a Linken's here as well. Let's see if Abed's going to go for that defensive build-up. TNC, you mentioned a Wind Ranger. Still an option here if they wanted to go for it. Could be, again, we saw Gabby played Wind Ranger. Armel ending up taking the Morphling mid.
Yep.
I don't know if you want to run the Morphling against the Storm. It sounds like a lane that should hold fine, but that is a lane that the Storm shouldn't mind as well. So if you're looking for something to slow down Abed, the Morphling might not be enough to do the slowing down that you'd want here, but it's still an option. I'm leaving it really open for TNC as to what they want to get. They are draining through that pick time, that reserve time. They might want to get an X mark with a Kunkka instead, but they go with the Night Stalker first. So it looks like they might pocket their last pick. They have last pick overall. They might want to make use of that to get some flex off with a Morphling first and see what Team Dog has to bring out before they get that pick off.
Well, I do like this Night Stalker pick. I think it's a lot of control here for this Storm especially. Something you really enjoy as this Night Stalker is being able to do things like blink in, get the crippling fear off, and just follow the Storm. Just don't let him do what he wants. Of course, Arbed will probably go into the BKB. We do see with the Storm picks quite a bit, they don't necessarily like going for an early BKB. Especially Arbed, he does prefer to either go for the Orchid, or if he's having a very good game, he'll go for the Bloodstone. Generally, BKB will be a third item pickup for the Storm. This game around, he might need it a lot earlier, though. It's not going to be fun if you do get jumped by this Night Stalker, and you are just silenced up so you can't zip away. And like I said, even against the Shaman, it is still going to be very, very valuable. Not to mention as well, you don't really need a blink available on this Night Stalker this game, because you have an Elder Titan to just stomp. Arbed falls asleep, you get the Night Stalker to close the gap, and then you pop the Crippling Fear. That being said, Team Dog go for a Drow Ranger pick, and I saw your face when they picked the Drow Ranger, John. You look kind of surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Drow is sort of, at least the combinations you see with a Drow is taken off. Like the Venge doesn't work anymore. Drow Venge is not a combination that works the same way in terms of safety net. It does give you a lot of damage, but I do agree with what a lot of people are saying. If you take a Venge now, it feels so much more like a core. Not even like an offlane core, maybe even just a pause one again because of how her skill scale. So I don't know if there's space here for Team Dog to go into that. They do have Leshrac Drow here though. That is a fairly strong combination in and of itself in Melting Towers. We're just gonna have to see what the Ice hero is, unless he plays the Leshrac, but it doesn't seem like it. Looks like they might just go for Undying Lesh as a support duo with the Storm mid, which sounds fairly greedy, but we have seen Undying 5s just work out fine with minimal farm. Anyway, it's all about EXP. So we'll see if TNC can kind of punish this. They've already got the Morphling that can jump in. Manta timing going to be important for a Morphling to get the silence off, at the least from the Drow. You still have to worry about the Vortex from the Storm, but he also needs to worry about the control you mentioned. So it's a back and forth in item timings here. Does make for a rather exciting match with just these four heroes. And you can see Team Dog, they learned. They learned here, Mike. They banned that Wind Ranger last pick, so no need to worry about that double Wind Run coming out here.
No, I do like that ban out. I think you're just making it unnecessarily hard if you allow that Wind Ranger to go through. And it's not even just, Gabby has to play it. We saw Armel play it earlier on today, and he did do some great work on that Wind Ranger. So it's just natural that they get rid of it. Team Dog, they appear to need an offlane pickup here. Mr. Ice, of course. A lot of options banned out, though. You don't have that Brewmaster that we saw earlier on by KB, which I'm sure Ice would love to go ahead and pick up. You do have that Darkseer, if you want to run Darkseer, but it's not going to do much up against the Morphling.
Nope.
That being said, I don't think there's many heroes that can pressure the Morphling in terms of the offlane anymore. We'll see. I mean, Team Dog, they have about a minute, 10 seconds to think about it. See what they do decide on here.
They've left the Timbersaw in the pool, but it doesn't look like a particularly good Timbersaw game because of that same control issue. And the Hex alone from Shadow Shaman makes it dicey. So probably not a go-to hero. Pango has been banned out.
It's a tough pick. I mean, you haven't got the Bloodseeker either, so you can't really rely on that with the Blood Right. Team Dog. All right. How could we forget the Tidehunter? Recently got buffed with those shards. And if Ice really feels a bit cheeky, he might go for that right-click Anchor Smash build, which I personally think is very, very good. Not to mention, John, it adds to the push now, as Anchor Smash does affect buildings if you do get the Aghanim shards.
Yep, it's a really good time to be a Tide player, which is surprising to me because we saw a lot of Tide in Pro Series 3, in Dota Summit 13. The fact that it has even more utility for that Desolator build, which was already fairly popular.
It was all Masaros, though.
Buffs it up.
It was literally just Masaros every game.
It was Masaros with a flexibility, but you saw Tide coming out for a lot of teams. Boom Esports was one that pumped into it as well. You do see the Bat Rider last pick for TNC, so it looks like our Mel Bat going mid. Ice on his Tide. Gonna be an interesting back and forth team fight coming out for Team Dog with that last pick. It looks really nice here. They've got the Leshrac as well to pile onto that control follow-up. Abed's on a very strong comfort hero, but TNC have a lot of ways to deal with it. You've got the Shadow Shaman, so Tim's blink timing is going to be important. Blink and Aether Lens going to be important for the Shadow Shaman here. Armel as well. We're looking at travels into blink, maybe travels into Yules, but probably a blink just to get the lasso off. And Team Dog have nothing to stop the lasso. No swaps, no Oracle, no Purge, no sort of Dispel. So if Armel finds an angle, In Your Dream and Abed are going to be very vulnerable to control. And that's something Team Dog should keep at the back of their minds here.
Well, this is going to be game one of this best of 5 grand final between TNC Predator and Team Dog. Let's see how game one goes. Of course, a lot of people have been asking us if we're prepared for 5 games, 80 minutes per game. I'd say so. Not going to lie, John, this outfit is a bit itchy, and it's very hot, but it doesn't matter. We're ready for it. Give us the 80-minute games. Give us 5 of them. Who cares? It's the last cast of the year, John. Who cares?
It is.
We haven't got anything to
maximize it. Nope. Well, there's Christmas, Mike. There's the holiday season. There's festivities.
But I'm already ready, John. I'm dressed up. No need to get ready for that. We're all good. We're ready to go. You got the barong on. I've got the Santa costume. We're great.
Yeah, we're gravy. And so bring it on. We'll see how long this one takes. There's potential to go late, especially with a Morphling. I don't think Team Dog wants to play that pace. When you've got the Drow, you do still want objectives. And we'll see if In Your Dream and Afu can really start to lock in those objectives fast. I think the emphasis has to be on Abed in terms of farm. He tends to really enjoy these snowball starts when he's got the Storm. So if he can get off to a running start on the Storm, then he is set. You know, that timing into the Bloodstone you mentioned, if he gets it quick, say 15 minutes or within the 20-minute mark, he's going to be really well off. His lane is not going to be fun, though. Like a Bat Rider lane against a Storm, it should be even early on. You might see some potential for aggression with overload plays and static remnant charges, but at the same time, you're not slowing down Armel, and his level 6 is going to be very scary for our Storm, so that's something Abed's going to be really cautious about here.
Absolutely. Because Abed already got a bit of a tip there from Gabby, so Gabby might be feeling very confident and warmed up for this game one. Because they did just go through 2 games of their own, but TNC looked very dominant in those 2 games. So they might just be feeling a lot of momentum as they go into this grand final now. And it's going to be a nice even start, of course, a 2 for 2 on those bounty runes. Fu going to be there along with Ice down to that bot lane, and they are going to be up against Gabby on the Morphling. Of course, Gabby should have the help of Febby coming in rather soon, but it looks like they were attempting to get some damage out early on onto that Drow. They don't seem to be able to catch out In Your Dream, however. He is going to be fine. And with that, Febby does just TP back down to the bot lane with his Astral Spirit. And of course, Polarson will just continue chasing Tims down on the Shadow Shaman. Good to see Tims did actually go for the early brown boots on this Shaman, as if he didn't, he would cop so much harassment from Polarson. And even with those brown boots, Polarson is still kind of keeping up just with the wind lace.
Yeah, it's a really tricky lane for TNC early on. They need levels up in these heroes to really, get a good pacing. Like, look at the KP. He's just isolated from the creep wave. Can't really stop the farm coming in your dream. He's just going to cop some damage. He's going to have to eat through his regen. And overall, it's a bad time. Wave is shoving in for in your dream, though, so he's farming under tower. Not a major issue. There is a nice pull off from Tim. So it's that same playstyle from TNC, prioritizing their pause 4. KP's just going to have to deal with it until Tims is ready to give him some space.
I think the... Uh-oh. Tims? That's going to be alright. The Ancients did hit the creep wave once, so he's not going to get as much value. At the very least, the creep wave didn't get pulled over to the Ancients, so that's nice. He's going to pull it very far away as well, just to make sure that this Undying can't come over and contest this wave. The only thing is, with this pull, because the Ancients did attack the wave, he's not really going to be able to deny off his full creep wave, which is kind of half the point of doing this. So he does lose out a bit. However, bot lane, Febby, he might lose out on a lot, as he might die, but no, he survives. On 11 HP, Arfu did not have enough base damage on this Leshrac to finish him off. Still, it does seem as though Team Dog, they are quite dominant down at this bot lane, not allowing Gabby to feel very comfortable, and of course, Febby is not having a very good time on the Elder Titan either, which is a real shame for him, because as this Elder Titan, your whole kind of play is being dominant in the lane. And, well, he's going to be able to get some damage out into Arfu now. He would rather be going onto the Tide, though, if he could be.
Yeah, and that is working out really well for Team Dog. I have to point out that Afu does start with his Blightstone, which ties in really well with early levels in Gush, so you do have to watch how far forward you step, which means that, as you mentioned, Febby's just going to struggle here for a bit. At the least, Gabby's not being stopped from farming, so even if Febby's not getting the harassment he wants to, Gabby on the Morphling is at level 3, he's got level 2 attribute shift, so he's not going to be under any major threat unless they do catch him with his pants down. But this is the time when Morphling can just hold that lane steady. Gives us a chance to look at that mid lane, which we haven't really talked about just yet. You are seeing our Mel pull ahead of Abed, and we talked about this matchup not being very healthy for Storm early on. Armel just absolutely dominating the lane, getting a lot more creeps out, and Abed's got to be careful here.
Oh, Abed might be dead. He's trying for the TP back, and he's barely going to make it out. Ooh. Does pop the stick charge as soon as he TPs away, just in case that final tick of damage was going to come through from the Firefly. Very, very close call, but a nice TP away from Abed. And I think for Abed, as long as he doesn't die in this lane, and he can still maintain the XP along with Armel, I think he's going to be generally happy with how this lane goes. Like, he's going to go with the Vortex onto Armel now, but the Static Remnant doesn't really connect. But like I said, I don't really think it matters too much if Abed's farm is affected a little bit. As long as he doesn't die and give Armel a huge level advantage, he's probably going to be pretty happy. In fact, he's even going to find the bot power rune. It's going to be a DD down to that bot lane for Abed, so he does get very, very lucky. He did have Polison around to try and secure the top rune, but it wasn't there anyway. Abed will be able to take the DD, and now he can even harass out Armel a little bit.
This is a pretty good holdout from Abed. You still worry about this initial farm from Armel. You really just worry about that level 6 timer. If Armel hits 6 and has some mana refill to play with, definitely expect a rotation onto Abed, so it's always got to be a bit cautious playing from behind with pistol. You're starting to see some movement out. Paulson.
Oh, Tombstone going to be dropped. Armel, he's going to be alright. In fact, he might be able to farm this Tombstone. I think Abed might try for the deny, but no. With 7 sticky napalm stacks, he just can't. Bit of a wasted Tombstone there by Polison, and I think Abed might be a little bit annoyed about that, just feeding more gold away to the Batrider. Polison, he tried to contest the bounty room, but Tims is going to run in and get it off him as well. So, Polison just kind of losing out on everything there.
Yeah, it's not that smooth start you'd want for the Undying. While he's out from the lane, though, In Your Dream still finding farm. So overall, I'd say this is fine. He's really just trying to find something to do while In Your Dream gets the solo XP, solo farm. KP can't really do as much. It is nighttime, but the tendency for these Night Stalkers nowadays is to just focus on farming. Maybe the second items when you make a play, but you just want that initial itemization and the initial levels up first before committing hard for a gank.
That is very true. KP, he is starting to rotate through the tree line, but he can't really get this kill on his own. Looks like he might just start chipping away at the HP pool of In Your Dream, but Again, it's going to take quite a while if that's the play here. Only a level 2 Void up. In fact, never mind. Armel's going to come in, and with the lasso out, you can definitely kill off this Drow. And so KP was just getting it ready for him, and Armel, he's going to be able to take the first blood in this game 1 of this best of 5 grand final. That's going to be a very nice feeling out for TNC. However, Abed has rotated, would like to go onto Armel, does zip in. Armel going to run the other way. He'll go for a flame break, but I believe he might just be dead, and Abed does pick it up. In fact, KB showing himself once again on the Night Stalker. Does pop the salve. Abed caught a glimpse of him. Siege Creep does attack as well. KB going to go for a quick TP away. Abed not going to try for the zip in. He's going to save his mana. Even though Armel got the first blood, I'm sure he's not too satisfied about giving the kill back the way of Abed on the Storm.
No, it's not. It's still worthwhile for him, but you do lose a lot of the impact of getting that first blood. The one big thing that you do get from that exchange is that you're keeping In Your Dream down. So In Your Dream was having a free lane, slows him down just a bit, dying like that, but he's still up ahead, really having a much better time than Gabby. You can see at net worth right now, Gabby's lagging pretty far behind. He's surviving the lane, but his farm is just not at the point you'd expect. So these stacks being built up are going to be helpful, but looks like Armel is going to claim them first, wanting that initial farm up into the Boots of Travels.
Yeah, it's not too surprising. Armel is going to be that kind of tempo-setting hero that you kind of want him to be, as he even found himself a nice chipped vest. I actually like this item quite a lot. Just punishing your enemies for attacking you, and even the HB region is quite nice on pretty much any hero. It's like he'll give that over to KP instead, so KP is going to be that frontline tank anyway. He's almost kind of asking people to hit him now with that chip vest. Armel has lasso up in a second, would love to get Abed, but Abed is going to zip forward, does take the Arcane Rune. Still Armel could go for a lasso and does do so. Meanwhile, Gabby went down at the bot lane, but Abed is going to be able to zip away. Armel still thinking about chasing, but they'll settle for the Tombstone. And while that was happening, down at the bot lane, Gabby did end up dying, and it was actually Ice 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 who got the kill. All right, so the Tide does commit the Ravage, does get the kill into the Morphling.
It's a really good pickup for Team Dog. They stall out long enough with Abed. They get the tower as well. They find a big kill. It's not been a smooth game for Gabby. We've been saying this for a while, but his farm has just not stacked up. And if he doesn't find relief, it's going to be a slower start for the Morphling. So you are putting all your eggs so far into Armel. We'll need to find some way to distribute that farm a bit better down the line. Looks like right now TNC is going to try to push the top lane, but you've already got Ice there being disruptive on the Tide. He's already got his Hood of Defiance along with an Urn. So he is very hard to shove out of here. You're going to have to throw a lot of bodies up.
Well, they are going to throw a lot of bodies though, John. They're going to go straight after this Tide Hunter and Ice Ice Ice. He's very, very tanky indeed, but he may not be tanky enough. No TP's coming in either, so Ice just still tanking all this damage. He is so tanky, however. He should eventually die, but another Anchor Smash is going to come out. Urn charge again, gush out, and they do finally kill him off. But man, oh man, that took so much time. And you almost lost Febby in the process.
Yeah, it's he is too farmed up in this Tide. Like, this is a lot of initial farm. He's tied up with his other cores as well. Distribution on Team Dog is very even. Only Armel is on that same level of farm. So that kind of commitment is to be expected. It looks like they might not even find a tower. Look down mid. Afu in that tree line, playing with his max. Edict is just melting the tier 1. Once this falls, you lose a lot of control on TNC's end, and they're not coming in for the defense.
Every damn time with these Leshrac. This Leshrac pick. Just hide in the tree line and do that. However, Radiant Triangle, they caught out Arbet. That's a massive pick off to get, and they are going to take down the Storm. Everything committed for it. They might even find Polison on the Undying. He's going to go for a TP out, but it is nighttime, so KB is going to be able to get the stun off with the Void. While that's happening, Tim's actually found out Arfu. Arfu sticking around in the mid lane is going to get punished off by the Shadow Shaman. And I'm not sure why Arfu was still there. He already got the tier 1 tower, but obviously he stuck around a bit too long and Tim's is able to get the kill.
Really good punishment now from TNC. They might have dropped the tower, but they found some really big kills in exchange. They are starting to at least reel back some of that lead their way and mitigate control. Although Abed finds a nice one.
Where the hell was that? Mid lane. Abed does just zip in apparently and get that kill. My apologies, by the way. I did kind of miss that one. And he gets a bit of revenge there on the Storm. Looking back up towards the top lane. Gabby is trying to catch up and farm on that morph. For now, he is allowed to do this, but his net worth is so far behind that I think Team Dog can allow him this little bit of space. And I do mean a little bit, because Arfu is pinging out Gabby. Like, he's going to go after his courier now, but Febby will stomp him before he can finish it off. Gabby starts agi morphing, trying to take down this Lash Rack. He might not have enough, or he does. The Flame Break will come in from Armel, and they'll ensure the kill, but now the chase might be on. But no Team Dog, they don't want to go down that tier 1 tower. They'll just leave it be. It looks like they're more than happy just defending their own tier 1. And well, Ice, he's back up to the top lane. And it's going to mean you are going to have a very tough time trying to take down that tier 1 top tower. But they're going to try. They have the lasso up. Flame Break will be there. Ice. Is that a new effect with the Hood of Defiance? Nice deny out.
That's on purpose.
Yep, Ice is going to get denied, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's on purpose either.
I think it's because of the ghostly form. It's kind of bugging out in that. Because he's got that ghost tied, so the particle's not lined up. Still, deny off. That means the efforts they were getting in trying to get that gold isn't there. And Team Dog are still fairly satisfied. It takes 4 heroes to secure some lane control. Ice is still a massive nuisance. They've got all the space out here for In Your Dream to just keep farming up. Abed's almost got his Kaya. It's going to be a build-up into the Bloodstone, and there's just no real answers yet from TNC. They might be waiting for the next nighttime. They do have an urn up on KP, but they do smoke up already. Maybe just going hunting now.
Yeah. They do have the ulti of KP as well, so they don't really need the nighttime to be there. They can make their artificial nighttime, which is even better than actual night. And well, they're currently on the route to go after Abed, which is probably the best target they could ask for. He would love to get this kill. KP can have his smoke broken, but he can't close the gap. You need that initial Hex or Shackles out from Tim's first. So instead, they turn back around. Ice is going to loop there with Arfu and Polison. They want to try and have a crack at Febby. And with this zip in from Abed, it's going to be a nice, easy kill as TNC will not want to fight into the Ravage of Ice. And even if they avoided the Ravage, it's just so hard to go into this Tidehunter right now. With this net worth deficit, they are not feeling too comfortable to take a full-scale team fight.
No, they've got to just find the pickoffs if possible. If they don't find it, just go back to farming. They are starting to get some space back here for Gabby. He's been giving a huge burst to just farm around this triangle. So he's not too far behind now, just about 1k behind In Your Dream. So all things considered, a bit of a good recovery there for the Morph. Still going to be a while until he gets some initial items up. Looks like they are going to set their eyes down for that bot tier 2. They've got all their heroes down. A good ward is going to stop any successful rotation though. But Abed is smoked up. Maybe, gets spotted out by the tower. So that Invis actually not going to help him out as much. But they've got this push potential still waiting on Team Dog. They've got the Edict ready to go. They've got a huge frontliner. They've even got In Your Dream in the general area now as well. So it could be time for a push here on Team Dog's side.
Well, Tim's trying to push out the bot lane and try and make sure they can't go for this, but he is forced to TP away. In Your Dream actually throwing out the multi-shot to just try and double-check. They really want to find this Shadow Shaman, but he is not going to be around. But while he's not around, like you said, Tier 2 tower, going to be very easy to take out with this Drow Leshrac. That is exactly what they'll get started on. TNC, they are not making the rotation over, so they don't feel confident enough to try and go for this defense yet. I do agree with that sentiment as well from TNC. I don't think it's a smart decision to try and defend this right now. They are instead trying to push out the mid wave with this siege creep. Only problem being is Team Dog is still going to have time to come back and defend it. And they could try to force a big team fight if they want.
Yeah, and they're still sitting on that Ravage on Ice. Looks like TNC are aware that the spell hasn't been used, so they're just playing it safe. Go back to farming that Dark Jungle instead. You are starting to get to the point where you can start to jump in with Armel. Does have his blink with travels. He's got the opportunities to play with the lasso if he wants to. The issue is no one else is showing right now. Ice is not the target you go for with the lasso because of the Kraken shell. So they're just going to have to hold steady, wait for another moment to reveal that, and keep playing the farm game. They're not too far behind Team Dog. It's only a 2k lead on Team Dog's end. They are losing a bit too much map control, though, in terms of towers around. So gotta be cautious about allowing Team Dog to just get this push game going. They're also leaving Abed alone for a very long time here. Kaya's done. Just a few thousand gold more away from the full soul booster into that Bloodstone. And this is what Abed loves. You called it out, but if he has a good start, he will go greedy and go for a Bloodstone rush. And if you don't punish him, this is a huge snowball for him.
No, I do agree with that sentiment, John. I suppose TNC, they're just giving Gabby as much time as he needs. And he, in all fairness, he is catching up very quick. Second in net worth now. Just 1k behind in your dream. I'm not sure if this Ethereal Blade Rush is going to work out in his favor, but he seems to already assume that the BKBs are not going to be there from Team Dog, which he would be correct in thinking. And so if he can get a very quick shotgun up, TNC could definitely try and find an advantage with that. I mean, the net worth deficit isn't really that large. It's only 2k right now. They even hang out around the Roshan, just making sure the Team Dog can't get an easy entry into that pit. But they are now going to go for a smoke. Ice going to front line, might just break the smoke straight off the bat. He's going to run into Gabby. They'll be around. KP will get started. They'll get the Crippling Fear off. Ice again is just so darn tanky, however. He's just going to walk back around looking for a Ravage, but there's your lasso out. They caught Abed on the Storm with the Hex out as well. But can they burst him down? Abed, he does finally drop. And TNC, it's going to be a 4v5 advantage. Do they keep going? Gabby, he'll go onto Polison. They get the Tombstone. Polison, he's going to die. Ice still has the Ravage. Is not going to throw it out. They'll go after KP on the Night Stalker. There's your Ravage now, connected on all four heroes. A massive Ravage out from Ice. Maybe they turn this, but Gabby, he'll keep going. In your dreams down. Now Arfu getting surrounded. He'll also die, and Ice is the only man left. And with that, he should just be dead. He's a very colorful Tidehunter apparently right now, but he should eventually just die. And he will, a full team wipe. Out for TNC. And I'll be honest, Sean, I didn't think I'd be saying that, just judging by how the game was going for Team Dog, but TNC, they make it work. And they find the first full team wipe of Game 1 of this Grand Final.
It was just a bit too scattered out from Team Dog. They were trying to pierce high ground from the low ground. So they were walking up the ramp. Ice was already caught out. You had Abed trying to flank without getting any information out. And that's when we saw the Shadow Shaman effect kick in. Tim's already had his Aether Lens. His reach is just a bit too long. You also have to appreciate what Gabby did. He turned into the Undying, dropped his own Tombstone. The slope prevented Ice from walking up and helping. He could not get in position to break off the shackles with his Ravage. Really heads up play from TNC. Very forward thinking there and zoning out the movement of Team Dog. And Team Dog got punished hard. In Your Dream now is second in net worth because of that death. And the Drow Ranger is a hero that likes playing from ahead. So playing from behind is not really something you want to do on the Drow.
Arfu, he's going to be targeted. A nice way to get started. And now Polison going to be jumped by the backlines by Gabby. They find anyone else? No. Polison is going to be the one. Abed, he'll zip behind In Your Dream just in case the Drow does get caught out. But TNC once again finding two nice pickoffs on the supports of not T1, but Team Dog. And that'll allow Tims to get his blink up. But the jump is there from Abed, and he actually catches out Tims. So they get the Shaman. Ice now after Armel, but he is running way too quick on the Bat Rider. Even skip the creep wave just to be a real nuisance here towards Team Dog. And that'll pretty much be it. TNC in the lead, slight net worth lead in a 13-7 in terms of kill score right now. And Gabby is getting ever so close to that shotgun. And as I look around at the heroes on Team Dog, John, I don't see any BKBs coming up.
That's going to be a bit costly not having that way of preventing the damage from flying through. At the least, you've got this Manta style ready on In Your Dream. So he can dodge it out on his end, but the disarm's going to hurt our Storm. Damage is going to hurt everyone else as well, and we have to be a bit cautious. Gabby's confident now.
He is. He'll start strength morphing though, as he does see Ice TPing into the outpost. He's just going to back off to safety. No need to rush. They still have plenty of time to grow on TNC. As I say that, Nightstalker ulti has been popped. They found Arbet. Tims does catch him out, and there is Armel with the lasso to catch him out, and now Arfu trying to TP just behind, but KB was there with the stun out with the Void. And Tims on the Shaman. I mean, I questioned it earlier, John, but it's paying off. And now even in the mid lane, Ice once again is a bit of a Rainbow Tidehunter right now, but that's not what he wants. He doesn't want to be colorful. He just wants to be alive, but it looks like that is not an option when you're fighting up against TNC, as Gabby will pick up another kill on the Morphling. And Team Dog, after such a great start, it's just really falling apart.
Yeah, it's not good. Abed's trying to play greedy, going around the sides. Tims with his early blink pickup now is just doing all the work for TNC, and this is what made the Storm pickup a little bit risky, right? Like the Shadow Shaman already has that Hex, has the Shackles to take care of the Storm, so you were always going to be concerned. This allows TNC to go straight into the Roche Pit as well, and does die very fast. You do have Abed up if he wants to zip in, but it doesn't look like Team Dog are aware at all. So a straightforward pickup for Gabby. He's got a lot riding on his back now. Has his full E-Blade up. So the shotgun is ready to go. Team Dog have smoked up though. This is a bit of a risk, smoking up at this moment.
And it is, in your dream, going to move on the front lines here for Team Dog, and they aren't going to run into anyone yet. They'll have to try and invade the Radiant Triangle if they wish to go for a big team fight. TNC, it seems like they're somewhat aware that this is happening. They're sitting very far back and waiting patiently for the smoke. Ward dropped. They should see Gabby farming, but Arbet going to zip in after Armel, but he's already firefly down to the low ground. Arbet playing with fire there. Got to be very careful. That Shadow Shaman does have a blink up. That Hex could come at any moment, and that is a max level Hex. TNC not going to try and pursue anything more after that mishap from Team Dog. They're just going to back off and bide their time. The rest of Team Dog, they're going to back off and start slowly setting up for that Tier 1 top tower. They will have to be slightly cautious about the mana pool of Arbed for now, as he is quite low, but it looks like they are only here for the Tier 1.
Yeah, just the safe push play, finding what they can get. TNC are sneaking around with a big smoke, though. They could catch a couple of heroes out here. Abed's too far off to back up.
Oh, this is very, very bad news for Team Dog, and Ice, he's going to be targeted first, but they don't get the silence off yet. Ice, he does have the Ravage, but there's your silence coming out. Now the lasso in the back lines. They caught in your dream. They've got the drown, but the Ravage is going to fly out. Arbed, he'll zip back in after Gabby, but he does go down. Ice, and Arbed both dead, and this is looking really bad as Arfu also dies. There goes in your dream. There goes Polison. Gabby on an ultra kill on the Morphling. And TNC are playing this game perfectly.
Oh, man. Team Dog. Yeah, you saw what happened. Abed zips in. Tims is always ready. There's just no angle for Abed to even go for the backline in the middle of a fight like this. The Ravage was nice, but there wasn't any follow-up. They just got torn apart by the initiation of TNC.
Look at that, John. The Shard Wards in the mid lane.
Oh.
He could just use the Shackles near a tower, and he'll actually get some. Look at that. The Ancients come out now. He can actually farm Ancients with these shards. This is actually pretty legit.
No, it's actually broken. It's an 8-second uptime on the wards. Your Shackles are a 10-second cooldown, so yeah, you have some pretty broken stuff that comes out here.
Well, Arbed is going to find the broken hero himself. And he gets hexed up, which means Arfu will be forced to take the kill. Yeah, I don't know. It does seem kind of strong. I'm not going to lie. When I read it up at first on the patch notes, I thought it was such a stupid Aghanim Shards. Just 4 wards being placed. But then, if it farms Ancients that quick, it's like, maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 wards. His ult gives 10. So you have to consider the value proposition for that. It's pretty massive.
Yeah.
And of course, that's tied to his ult. Like, the natural cooldown of Mass Serpent wards is 120. So even having 8 seconds of wards is pretty significant in helping you get those objectives. So it's really nice to see that being maximized here by Timps. Of course, this is because Timps was allowed to farm up in KP.
That's very true. KP gonna get rooted in place. Arfu's still in massive danger as now Gabby's gonna come in with the shotgun. Arfu just gonna get blown up by Gabby. No matter how many patches or how many years go by, one thing will never change about TNC, and that's that they love playing Morphling. Febby, he's going to be okay. He cops a few of the multi-shot, but ultimately is going to be okay to walk out. And John, is there ever going to be a time where Morphling isn't just a good pick? Probably
not.
Yeah.
Probably not with how he's been reworked. There were times where Morphling was pretty dead, though. Like, there was a whole bunch of years where it was a pretty dead pickup, but
only
it's been
nobody
really dominant
knew.
the past. But
nobody knew how broken it was the whole time, dude. Abed. Oh, he jumped in on Tim's. KP's there with the silence as well. Oh, Abed. It's the wrong target. You can't go after the Shaman anymore. He hasn't got an Orchid up. Now the Lasso's there. They caught in your dream again. This Drow Ranger is set to fall. He just cannot survive. And now Gabby going in after Polis. And there's your shackles out once again. Tim's Shadow Shaman is something to look out for this new patch, it seems. In fact, they even found more. Arfu, he just wants to go home. It's Christmas. Let him live. He will die, and there you go, GG. I think they're too far behind now. Up against the Morphling as a Drow Ranger, it just doesn't feel good. I bet he's trying to rush a BKB. It's a mess. I don't think they were expecting the Shadow Shaman to be that impactful.
I think they should have respected it. They picked Storm into Shadow Shaman. That, for me, is already a bit confident. It's very, very, very confident of Abed, because Hex alone is already a lot of value. And even without this shard upgrade, just blink Aether Lens is enough. And Tim's, we know how Tim's plays. We know how TNC prioritizes the pause 4 in the initial laning phase. We know how much farm to give Tim's over KP initially, and it pays off. So Team Dog, very confident pick in the Storm. Doesn't pan out this time around. You gotta respect TNC, because that was a complete wash. Abed just did not have the impact he wanted, and because of that, there was no space for IYD to really maximize his early lead. Really good effort, though. We saw the push coming in. It was nice, but not quite enough to overcome what TNC had in mind.
With that, of course, Johnny, it is a best-of-5 series, so we do move on to our second game now. TNC taking a 1-game lead over Team Dog. We are going to go to a very short 10-minute break, and I promise it is going to be 10 minutes this time. And it's MLP, Dota, and John X Fire. We'll be back after 10 minutes to see how game number 2 of this Grand Finals does pan out. We'll see you soon. here we are for game number 2 of this best of 5 grand final between TNC Predator and Team Dog. It's MLP Dota and John X5. Now, John, people in the chat were asking us if we were ready for 80-minute games. That wasn't 80 minutes, sir. That was a very dominant victory from TNC Predator. And it was quite surprising for me as well, because I thought first 10-15 minutes, Team Dog, they looked great. But after that, just a few item choices, a few missed positions, and suddenly TNC just were all over them. And I've got to ask you, sir, because you're the expert here. What do you think Team Dog need to do differently to try and even out the score a little bit?
I think if they're going to go Storm, you've got to respect what control TNC has on hand. It was a first pick Shadow Shaman. Like that was just a lot of lack of respect for the hero. Like, it might not be the most popular right now, although I feel like we might see a resurgence of it because of the shards upgrade being relatively cheap at the 20-minute mark, because Aether Lens and Blink are fairly quick for a Shadow Shaman to farm anyway. I think you have to respect what your enemy picks. Team Dog were very confident in going for the Obid Storm. It had a good time in laning. You can see that they actually do ban it out. How often do you see that? Shadow Shaman banned out in the first phase out of respect, man.
Wow. Hey, you know what? I gotta give it to Tims. I mean, if you asked me 10 times before that game 1 started, would the Shadow Shaman work, I would have told you no. It's a garbage hero right now. It's not gonna work. The shards aren't gonna make a difference. And as usual, I was proven completely wrong. Tims is the Shadow Shaman god, and the shards honestly look pretty darn good if you can farm fast enough. Get the Aether Lens up, get the Blink up, and then if you can afford a shards after that, you know, it kind of looks really nice. Still, we'll get started with this Game 2 draft, John. Team Dog, they do go back to the Undying. That should be given over to Pollison again. Game 1, he didn't have the most impact on this Undying. I wonder what they kind of combo with it to make it a bit more useful than it was in Game 1.
I don't think the Undying was too out of place in that draft. I feel like it was down to just the playstyle, the positioning they got. There was not much the Undying did there because they lost the fight so fast. Abed would be jumping in because you didn't have, say, a blink up on Isis Ice early on. So he had to be the one to start these fights. When he'd go in, he'd be taken out, and there's not much impact your Undying can do if your main core is gone. You see them flying through these picks. TNC going to the Venge. Could be, yeah, it's looking like it might be our offlane Venge. It could be maybe be Gabby Venge with an R-Mel Morphling here, but the Earth Spirit from Team Dog should allow some control over the Morph, but rather strong openings for both sides. I'd say TNC is looking really nice going back to the Morph, though.
Is there ever a time when they won't pick Morph, John? You know, TNC, do they ever get sick of this hero? It just seems like never. It's never going to happen. They're always just going to pick Morphling. It's always going to be good. I don't know. Into the Earth Spirit as well, it's not too bad of a morph target. The role can be quite nice to have. Now, mind you, I do believe that Armel or Gabby will opt to just morph into the Undying and obviously take the Tombstone, use it against them. A very kind of fun thing to do if you are playing the Morphling into the Undying. And as well as that, the Undying, it doesn't really feel that impactful in a team fight up against the morph. You decay, but he strength morphs. And it kind of offsets the decay, so it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it's not really amazing in that lane against a Morphling, or even just doing anything against a Morphling, unless you can catch him out with a Silence. So it's all down to the Earth Spirit rolling in first, getting that key Silence off first, and maybe you can drain the Morphling down low enough that he bursts. Doesn't have too much strength if he is fully Agimorphed. So you can punish that as the Undying, in a way. It is going to be a bit harder said and done, though, for Team Dog. Still flying through these bans as well. You're seeing TNC still constantly banning out the IYD heroes. You see the PL and the Spectre taken out here, so no options for that for Team Dog. Also just protecting their Morphling pickup. Team Dog, maybe they try to go back into the AM pick if it's left here. We've seen Morphling into AM, but again, we also saw Team Dog lose that matchup because of the surprise Wind Ranger pickup. So there's a lot for Team Dog to have to think about going into this second phase of picks, whether or not TNC wants to pull back the Wind Ranger. And mind you, Team Dog did not ban that Wind Ranger this time, so it could be an option for TNC.
That's a very scary kind of predicament to put yourself in if you are Team Dog. Of course, they've done their homework, I'm sure. They're very well aware that they might bring it out. They ban out the Arbed Storm this time around, and they'll go into a Pango, which I believe will be a position for Pangolier here for Tims. I don't quite like this as much as, say, the Tims Mirana or the Tims Shadow Shaman now, but it can still be quite a real nuisance in the middle of the team fights to have that Rolling Thunder just going around, being very, very annoying, and Tims is still very, very good at playing the Pango. By the way, John, in the middle of the break, I still noticed people asking the question that's been asked, I feel like for a straight year now. Are you Filipino, John?
You'd think the outfit would give it away. Yes, yes, 100%. 100% Filipino, right?
I don't believe you.
I'd figure the TH troubles would give it away, but that's something that's very common in the Filipino accent, the TH sound. Not my forte. Still, yes.
We're going to work on it. We'll get
It's
you
not
pronounced.
going away. It's been years.
No,
years, Mike.
John, we are going to work on it. I promise you, you're going to have the perfect pronunciation. Which, I don't know if I'm a very good teacher, because I don't have very good pronunciation myself, but, you know, I'll work on you, John. We'll get it done. Don't you worry. Team Dog,
Yeah?
third pickup, they'll go for the Viper now.
Not a big fan. We've seen a lot of Viper. On paper, again, statistically, Viper wins games. It also just really falls flat. If you don't bully out your lane, well, nothing happens. TNC, again, we've seen them see the Viper. We've seen them pick the Wind Ranger in response. I don't know if TNC can kind of flex it here because, again, if you think about the Venge, it is feeling more like a core. So you might run the risk of filling up your core slots already here for TNC. They could still run Venge support, but it just feels a little bit more awkward than it used to because of how the aura scales. It just encourages you to buff up on yourself. We'll see. Team Dog, looking like this is our Ice hero. Steady offlaner. It's still fairly annoying for the Morphling, but there's that Wind Ranger we were talking about. Really straightforward pick.
Oh boy, here we go. So, if anyone didn't watch the series yesterday, Morphling plus Wind Ranger, TNC, they do come back to this combo sometimes. It's almost like the new Morphling Earthshaker for them, where, you know, you morph into the Wind Ranger with an Aghanim Scepter, you have 2 charges of Wind Run, and you just run around the map constantly. Just creating all sorts of havoc, having the double shackles, ruining people's PCs because they can't handle the amount of pixels that are coming out. And by the way, John, I might need a second. You can't see her right now, but my dog wants to go outside. She's she's locked in the room with me. Just patiently sitting by me, just waiting. So I might need to get up and open the door. She doesn't seem very, very happy. Can't see her on camera right now, unfortunately, because, you know, the angle's not right. But she's not very happy, John. She's really staring. You know, here you go. For anyone that probably doesn't believe me, Luna, there she is.
Hello, Luna.
Just staring me down.
Such a beauty.
Why won't this idiot get off his chair and open this door for me? You're gonna have to be patient.
Do what you gotta
the draft's about to be over. Just hold on.
Yeah, you see Team Dog, they slip into the AM we talked about as well. So it's the same situation as yesterday almost. Wind Ranger, Morphling, Viper, AM. Our AM should make Viper's time really hard until the Ags comes in, until you've got Wind Run, and then your AM, if In Your Dream doesn't fix what he did wrong yesterday, if he doesn't go for a fast MKB down the line, this will bite him in the ass. Like there's no two ways about it. They had this last time. Team Dog should know what to do this time around. But TNC, of course, are banking on the fact that they probably wouldn't change it.
I can't believe this dog, John. She literally just tapped my webcam cord, which disconnected my webcam. And I was like, all right, well, the webcam's gone now, so I may as well just get up and, you know, let her out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if she does this on purpose. She's done this before at the exact same kind of situation. I'm not sure if she realizes what she's doing, but she's doing a great job, I'll tell you that. And there we go. I'm back now. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, hello.
I'm here. No worries. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Anyway, final pickups now, John. Team Dog, they appear to need some kind of mid lane. They go for the Queen of Pain. Interesting pick here. Up against what I believe should be the Wind Ranger, but it could also be the Morphling from Mel. Either way, I think it is going to be a rather tough lane up against that Quap if you are TNC Predator. Meanwhile, on TNC side, they still appear to need an off-lane pick for KP. And if they really wanted to, John, that Brewmaster is still there.
Yeah. Would be fairly annoying for the AM to play against. It could also be an offlane Venge if they wanted to run the core Venge here, which again is also plausible. But it's rather strange saving the Febby hero last. It's just not the style that they draft with for TNC. So maybe the Brewmaster comes out. Would be really annoying to deal with for all the heroes here. We've already seen that do a lot of work for TNC. KP Special is very nice to have. So it could just come out. It looks like TNC is going to tank it a little bit. Slardar instead. So just amping out the physical damage coming through. Venge Slardar coming out. Corrosive Haze plus the Wave of Terror is a lot of minus armor coming in. We are going to get the standard Venge support, but we're not going to get the added attack range anymore from that. Still a really nice support to have to beef up the physical damage you're going to be doing with a Wind Ranger, with a Morphling, and of course with your Slardar to help you amp up even more. Interesting draft from TNC going back to that Morphling Wind Ranger. Always fun to see that balance coming in. The Gabby Wind Ranger and the Armel Morph this time, as we saw last time. And I remember, again, yesterday when we saw this, Abed was like, oh, you're bringing out the Wind Ranger. And he seemed to be confident into it. But TNC did show up there. So I hopefully Team Dog might have learned something there.
We'll find out very soon, John. Game number 2 of this grand final is set to begin. And it should be a very, very good one. I'm very excited to see how this does pan out. Now, John, I will ask you the very hard question. Who has the better draft in your opinion?
Ooh, if you asked me yesterday, I would have said Team Dog.
No.
But
I don't want to know the
seeing
teams. I want to know the drafts. Only drafts. Forget the
Yeah,
teams.
based on the draft. If you asked me yesterday, I would have said Team Dog's draft was better. But having seen what happens with a Morphling Wind Ranger and the fact that Team Dog couldn't handle, I'd say TNC. I think Morphling Wind Ranger, they know what they want to do. They've got so much physical damage with a Slaughter, Venge. There's a lot of ways for them to melt all of these heroes. Team Dog, they don't have the best control. It's riding off the back of Afu being a beast on the Earth Spirit. Now, mind you, Afu is a beast on the Earth Spirit, but there's so much depending on him to get control, to get the proper angles in the initiation, and they have to play really quick with a Quap as well. Your aim can kind of scale, but you're under risk. Morphling does start to take over, and again, he's got that inbuilt evasion because of the Wind Ranger form. So you're always going to have to worry about that and really think about your MKB timing in your dream, which is not something that AMs want to rush, but you're not going to have many options here in this game if you do avoid it.
Yeah. Just realized, John, the dog Luna was probably upset that Team Dog lost game 1, and that's probably why she wanted to leave. Missed opportunities. What can you do? Getting old, John. I used to be able to come up with these lines very quick. As I get older, it's either the age or the marriage. One of the two is making me forget a lot of things, John.
Isn't it the beard? Yeah, you're looking a bit aged to me a while ago in the cam. With a beard on. Father Nick. Do you know what's bothering me this time around, Mike? No alt chat. No good lucks. No asking for a trip to Okada. No, nothing. Just serious business between these two teams tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, look, honestly, usually you want to have an early night as casters. You don't necessarily want to drag it out, but when you have two great teams like this and you're in a best of 5, you just want every game you can get. The more, the better. Bring it on.
Oh, yeah. Looks like no excitement, so if there's bounty rune, so it can be an even start. Should be interesting to see how these lanes go. Ice and the Viper, again, we've talked about this one, is a bit boring as an offlaner, but he's going to get some early support. Paulson's down here as well, and of course you've got Afu on his signature Earth Spirit. So it looks like, Paulson bails out. Afu is going to be working a lot here, right? Like maybe if you want to make a play, you've got to catch out these two heroes while it's early. Gabby on the Wind Ranger, Febby on that Venge. You would want to maybe bully out the Wind Ranger before higher levels of Wind Run come out. So we'll see if they can get that done. And the beauty of the Viper off is that you just drop the Nether Toxin and you farm up. So not much to worry about here for Ice in terms of finding his own farm.
Let's see what Ice can do about this. Of course, over in the mid lane, Armel and Arbed going to be going at it, and Armel copping so much harassment early on. This is the generally the deal when you are versing the Morphling, of course. You just put his... Ooh, Arbed. Okay, I wasn't expecting that to happen. I thought Armel would have kept his distance, but Arbed, that is a very good scream. Just on the edge of the scream range. And Armel gonna go down. And I was about to say this is what you're meant to do up against the Morphling, is just dish out as much harassment as possible before that level 3 mark. Make sure he doesn't have the ability to strength morph too early on. And you can already see Armel, just by his movement, he's not very happy about that death.
No, it's a costly mistake to make. Abed's going to be taking the slight lead and run with it. Of course, he's got the level advantage now. He's clearing out the waves a little bit better. Armel's going to have to play from a position of being behind just a bit. Abed's already got his bottle up, so if he does find the rune down the line, it's going to be a big help in terms of maintaining this lane. And this is a quap. They're probably going to have a value point in the blink anyway at that point, so Abed should be able to get himself in position in a timely manner. TNC's got to devote a support to help out, but you can see Armel just ticking down. The spam coming out from Abed's just really costing. He's forced to salve up just to stay here.
Of course, top lane as well, John Paulson copying a hell of a lot of harassment on that Undying. In Your Dream's going to be there, of course, on the AM. He's going to be up against Tims and, of course, KP. I was meant to say this before my dog interrupted rudely, John, but I did love that Slardar pick into the AM. I think if there's one hero that doesn't necessarily care about losing all its mana, it is a hero like Slardar who can still bash you. As I say that though, mid lane, Armel will die a second time. He hit that level 3 mark, but Arbed is really giving it to him. Now down towards the bot lane, Febi's going to cop it. Team Dog, they are not happy this game. A 0-3 already to the side of Team Dog. A very dominant beginning of this game number 2.
Yeah, they're working their lanes out nicely. They're punishing TNC for their slightly weaker lanes. The only lane TNC's winning out is definitely that top lane, which you talked about. They're still zoning out Paulson and In Your Dream. You know, he's not stopping KP. At the same time, our AM is finding a lot of free farm. So overall, you're not going to be too upset. They need to find some punishment for Abed. They drag Febi down mid, but is that going to be enough? Doesn't look like it. It's just a casual stun.
Yeah, Febi does what every support can do in these kind of situations. Just throw out a stun and run away. Don't go near that Queen of Pain. She's out for blood right now. Still the best Arcana in the game, by the way, the Quap Arcana. Just in case anyone was wondering my opinion. Wind Ranger can... she can go to the side, John. I know who the Queen really is. In fact, Arbed jumping back in after Armel. Armel's going to be okay. I mean, he's level 4 now. Arbed has got a 1 level advantage. Armel... Oh, that is a panic waveform out. But roll in Arfu! Ice bot lane's going to tie to Gabby, but my god. They are really giving it to Armel in this mid lane. His 3rd death of the game already, 4.5 minutes in. A great rotation out by Arfu. And boy, oh boy, this is tough if you are this Morphling. You've got a lot of catching up to do, and I don't think he can lane anymore. Arbed's about to hit level 6.
No. This is a really risky lane for Armel to maintain. They might want to lane swap or just get Armel into the jungle. He does not have an early Morbid Mask though, so it's going to be hard to get that farm save.
Nice kill onto Paulson though from KP, and In Your Dream he does have a blink. KP barely has the mana for a crush. Tim's going to chase down In Your Dream, hoping for a lucky shot if he can reach. His sword is right next to him, but he can't hit him. Tim's just poking him up the bum shot, just poke, 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 and In Your Dream's like, leave me alone. KP. He's going to be alright. Everyone's going to back off. In Your Dream going to be just fine.
Yeah,
Tim's go back for the bounty.
Unfortunate for Tims. TNC, they are lagging behind in kills. 2-4, not too bad. Net worth isn't as rough as you'd expect as well. Just a slight less than 1k lead here for Team Dog early on. So overall, even if TNC were dropping a couple of heroes, they are still maintaining themselves rather well. Their cores are not lagging behind too big. The outlier is really just Armel. Armel's mid lane's just completely whacked. Abed's at 6 now. He can opt to get the Sonic Wave, go for a kill. At the least, Armel does have a bottle up, so he can sort of hold himself here, but you probably don't want to fight too hard for these runes.
Absolutely not.
Tis not for thee.
A lot of caution here from TNC now. They are feeling the danger that is Team Dog. They've got to just try and hold out. This happened in Game 1 as well for TNC, where they had a bad start, but they were able to catch up just after kind of giving space over to their Morphling. They need to do the exact same thing this game around, it seems. Just have trust that Armel can make it back into this game. Of course, Gabby will probably be the space maker on TNC, but speaking of, he's going to get rolled on now. The break is there from Ice, but it looks like they have not got the control, and now Gabby going to turn back around with the Focus Fire and the Javelin. Who's still trying after Febby. They will get the Venge, but they will lose their Earth Spirit. Ice, however, still trying to go after the Wind Ranger. He is not going to be able to finish him off. Looks like Abed even showed up and did have the Sonic Wave up to throw out, but he was not within range of Gabby, so they will have to leave him be. This is going to give a lot of space over to Armel on the Morphling, who has started pushing in that mid-tier 1 tower. Does get some substantial damage out.
Yeah, that's some good movements out from TNC to try and give Armel some space, and that fast jab is really helping out Gabby. Like, that lane's been fairly hard to maintain, but he is finding some kills and ult.
I got to keep looking at the mid lane. I mean, Abed gets another kill onto Armel. I'm not sure how he's getting it at this point. Armel's level 6 now. I apologize about missing the kill, ladies and gentlemen. I just wasn't expecting it anymore. I thought he was fine.
He needs to bail out of this lane. He's died 4 times, 0 kills, 0 assists. It's just a flat dead morph. He needs to play catch up elsewhere. Looks like they are just going to try. They're just going to try and use him as a space maker now. Set him up as a distraction so Gabby has a good time farming up. Investment needs to pay off. And speaking of Gabby, he's in danger.
That he is. Gabby going to go down. Now Tim's going to also be in danger. Fu wants to keep this chase up. They have plenty of damage with the poison attack, and with the last one out from Ice, it's going to be way more than enough. And in your dream, from across the map, is just having a laugh to himself as he free farms on the anti-mage.
Yeah, it's just left alone. Like, KP now does have a level advantage, but you can't really hope to stop the AM. This is still going to be a good timing on the Battle Fury. You can get some hits off with Paulson's around to heal up. And at this point, your AM is looking to really have a fast timing in the BF. So you got to watch that flash farm that's going to be coming out here from Team Dog. And TNC, on paper, again, they're not too far behind. It's just a 1k lead for Team Dog, but they have bled a lot of kills. That's a lot of EXP going the way of Team Dog. It's a lot of momentum that's going to be very hard to salvage. And they really need to find a way to give Armel space. He just doesn't want to lane against Abed, but he has nowhere else to go.
Well, KP's going to be in danger now up at the top lane, but he actually jukes them out quite nicely. Going to be fine. Looking back over to mid, Armel is just farming the jungle now. Doesn't even have the Morbid Mask up yet. He has no choice in the matter. He's going to farm wherever he can find it. And that'll give Abed just a completely free mid lane, to which he is going to leave that and, of course, start rotating up towards the top lane. Might just try and secure a bounty rune for himself. Even gets a royal jelly. I mean, he is the queen after all. He may as well get the royal jelly. And looks like he might just favor going after that 10-minute power rune rather than the bounty rune. Swipe away, which is also completely fine. Armel's going to try for it, but it's actually up at the top lane. So Abed is going to get lucky with that Invis rune. Everything just continues to work the way of Team Dog this game, number 2.
Yeah, they chill out a bit, not as aggressive anymore, but they still maintain their net worth lead. They are pulling ahead in farm. You are seeing In Your Dream lag slightly behind Gabby, but this is an AM that doesn't have the battle
boy, Armel, he barely survives in the mid lane. That Sonic Wave was, I want to say, maybe 5-10 HP off killing Armel that time. It's, you look away for a second, and Abed is just getting so aggressive. And let's keep in mind as well, it's not like Arbed has a Spirit Vessel right now. That's actually being built onto ice. So, Team Dog, they are really out for blood this game too.
Definitely are. Just playing with the aggression that they can get out. Abed, for his part, doesn't have any stuns to worry about. Like, at best, you've got Shackles, maybe the Venge stun, but so far, none of those heroes have been able to rotate, and they do find a kill in Paulson, but that's not the biggest trade to go for after getting so much pressure on RML. You will have to take it, though, but it's, again, not the biggest pickup, but it's some space out for RML at least.
Absolutely. In your dream now going to show up and start draining a bit of mana. Roll in Arfu. He wanted to go on the morph, but instead they'll pick up Febby. They could still try onto Armel, but he should be okay to get out. They won't bother. Armel still sounding quite confident on this Morphling, as now Tim's is going to come in with KP. Ooh. And they kill off Arbed on that Queen of Pain. Just sneaking up from the backside. That's a very valuable pickup to get.
Yeah, they were just standing on that hill waiting for Abed to go in for the rotation and farm. Gets the good stuns off, and that's all they really lack. They've lacked control for the Quap. Finally comes in through KP, and it pays off. They get the biggest hero on the map punished. That is going to put a damper on Abed's Orchid timing. Does want it very fast, so Abed's got to be a bit cautious about dropping again. Still is ahead, but they are starting to fall one by one here.
Yeah, he's in danger. Gabby going to get a Shackles off as well, and a very nice Shackles at that, giving no chance over to Arfu. Neutral camps working against the poor Earth Spirit, and Gabby will be very happy about that. Meanwhile, mid lane, Ice has the Rod of Atos up. He actually gets Febby's Courier as well. And that was the final components out for the Tranquil Boots going down there for Febby. He won't mind it too much. I mean, his Courier should respawn fairly quick. And TNC, although it's been a terrible start, the net worth is really not that big of a difference.
No, it's still rather even, and that's where TNC is still kind of staying in this game. Sure, Armel's having a bad time farming, but in your dream, for all the freeness he had in his own lane, isn't actually shining on the top as well. So that farm investment on the AM is actually not as shiny. He does have his Battle Fury. He did go naked, like literally Wraith Band Battle Fury. That does mean he gets it fast, but now they need to maximize that investment, start pulling ahead. And if In Your Dream gets that space out, that's when it starts to get a bit risky for TNC.
Absolutely. Smoke up. TNC would love to run into this AM, especially with this blink up on KB. They've got the initiation they need, and In Your Dream, that may have been a bit of a problematic blink there. KP now going to have his smoke broken, does get the stun off, and with the swashbuckle out, Tims is able to secure the kill. Roll in from Arfu with the tombstone drop. They want to try and get a trade, and they are going to be able to get Tims. Can they get KP on the Slaughter? A perfect roll in from Arfu should mean they can. He will try to crush away, but it is going to be no good. And now another roll back towards Febby. They should find a third kill, and they will. So In Your Dream goes down, but they will get 3 kills in return for the side of Team Dog. Not entirely worthwhile for TNC, but at the same time, not entirely bad, considering we are in a meta where it is all about the position 1.
Yeah, they get the good punishment out onto In Your Dream. If they just keep applying that pressure, it's going to be hard for our AM to find a space to get that farm he needs. You're also giving space out for Armel. Like, while everyone fights, Armel's just sitting back, farming up. And that's exactly what he wants. TNC starting to get some space out for their pause 2 and their pause 1. We're seeing some really fast items being farmed up here by Gabby. For example, he's got his Travels up along with the Javelin, so the MKB is going to be lined up next. And with the Travels, it does become much harder to catch him. And you see this TNC keeping that smoke play up. Smoked again.
They are KP on the front lines, but Arbed will be in a perfect position to block off and break the smoke. KP now going to get Viper striked up, so he can't go for the blink, and it looks like Armel is not comfortable initiating without his Slaughter ready to go. So instead, they'll leave him be. They got the bounty they wanted. However, Swap, Ice gonna get caught out. There's your focus fire as well onto Gabby. Ice still being targeted here, and he does go down. Fu, however, going after Febby, and now Tims. The Rolling Thunder is there. Tims actually gets himself out of there. Now Armel going after Fu. They'll get the Earth Spirit to boot onto Paulson it is, but Armel will leave him be as Tims comes back in with a nice lucky shot out with the swashbuckle, and they want that Undying, and they might just get him. In fact, a shackles out Gabby. He even found Arbed, but they should not have the control for the Quab, as the blink on KB was not available at the time. But suddenly 3 heroes dead for the price of 1. A very worthwhile trade for TNC.
Yeah, they managed to feed those kills towards Armel as well. So the biggest hero that needs that injection of gold does pick them up, and now Armel's number 2. Oh!
Arbed once again ends up getting Armel.
Oh, he keeps doing this. He launches the Sonic Wave from max range, blinks in, and gets the follow-up Scream. And every single time it catches Armel with his pants down. Unfortunate, but really good punishment from Abed. And now he has that Orchid too, so that should be easier to get. So now they've balanced out the losses. They still maintain a slight lead on Team Dog, and they get to push down a mid-tier 1. Not as fast as their Game 1 push, but still going to be a push nonetheless. TNC's got to move in for the defense here.
Absolutely. Tier 1 tower in trouble. Tim's going to show up. He does have the Rolling Thunder. Fu will TP out on the Earth Spirit, so they aren't going to really commit all the way for this. Nice bit of chip damage, but they aren't going to really just throw all their bodies at it. So they still hold their own Tier 1. KP going to get caught out now by Arbed. And looks like he is set to die. Meanwhile, Gabby also going to die. So both cores going down on the same side of the map. Definitely very bad news here for TNC. And it seems though Gabby actually went for the... no, never mind. He did actually keep them split up. It said he got a Maelstrom, but in the end he did have them locked. I imagine he is still going to go for the MKB on the Wind Ranger after the BKB's up. So all good news there, but obviously TNC, it's been a very back and forth game. You look at the net worth graph though, top 3 net worths right now are on the side of Team Dog.
Yeah, they've just made use of the space really well. They have started to claw that lead back up, but TNC aren't falling too far behind. That's where the silver lining is for TNC. Armel getting steady progress towards his Manta. Just about has the gold for it. So once you've got that, more stats in your Morphling, more potential to at least purge off the silence, which might be coming out soon. And in fact is already up on Abed, so he's got a way to avoid the Orchid now. He's got a way to play on the edge when he sees that Sonic Wave coming through. It should give him some padding in terms of getting blown up, but they will make a move onto the Rosh, and this is where the lineup really shines. It's that Venge plus Slardar. With all the physical damage you have, the Rosh does not last long.
Ice going to get started onto Febby. There's your Rolling Thunder out. Febby is going to die. And now they're going to go back in for the Roshan. Team Dog. They say thank you very much for taking out half its HP. TNC, however, they are making their way over. The Team Dog, they're not stopping. The Roshan, about 1,000 HP left. They've got to jump in, but they won't be able to get there in time. In your dream, he got the Aegis. Paulson's going to fall low, but not low enough. He is able to walk out. Meanwhile, Febby, a nice swap out. They get Arfu. They'll get Paulson thanks to Tims. Is that going to be it? They want to go for a bit more, and they do spot out Ice. KP also has the option for Arbed, but he is limited on vision, and they aren't going to continue. They are going to back off. They might just try to settle for the Tier 1 mid tower. In your dream, that's a very confident blink, but he's not going to be punished for it.
I just realized something, Mike. Didn't see this, but Armel went for a full build without Morph. So he went for every single spell except Morph. We have not seen him turn into the Wind Ranger for Wind Run, so that effect is still to come out. I was wondering why we haven't seen anything like that. Of course, he still has to save up for the Ags for that, but without Morph, he doesn't have that second life to toggle into. He could easily morph into Abed as well for the Blink. So he's got some options here that he hasn't even utilized. So still a lot of room to grow for Armel as he went for a much more farm-oriented build.
I mean, it is I gotta admit, I didn't realize that either. There it is now, though. He does have the morph up. I don't really blame him for going down that skill build when you think about how many times he died in lane. It's absolutely fair enough. So now, the tier 1 mid tower going to be targeted by Team Dog. Armel show up there for a second, but won't be able to go for the deny. Fu will roll straight out of there on the Earth Spirit. Everyone going to be fine from Team Dog. They'll hold on to this 3k net worth lead. In Your Dream, who is top of the net worth board, is going to continue just trying to snowball on this AM and get as far as possible in terms of net worth. And I suppose with TNC, they just feel very confident in their ability later on to deal with this AM once you have this Wind Ranger and Morphling online.
Yeah, they are just waiting for that moment when the Sylvanus or the Ags comes in, so they've got confidence here. They know what happens when you hit that timing, and you can see in Your Dream, he is once more not going for an MKB. He's rushing the Bash now after picking up this Manta into the Abyssal. So if things get desperate, if they start seeing the Ags more for the Wind Run once more, I think we might see In Your Dream forced to buy another Divine, and that's always such a risky proposition.
Ice, ice, ice. Gonna be ganked up here. Tim's with a Rolling Thunder. Armel comes in. Gabby will take the kill on the Wind Ranger. However, Arfu is going to counter-initiate, but a nice swap out once again from Febby. They are still just focusing down Tim's, and they'll also go after Febby afterwards. So they do punish quite nicely here, Team Dog. They still get something for the death on their Viper. They don't quite get a core, but you take what you can get. In fact, they might get something more. He was around that mid lane, but he had a quick blink out. Looks like he is going to be able to be just fine. However, Team Dog, they're not really done quite yet. They want to go for more. Looks like nobody's going to be around for them to chase down, however.
And you can see the confidence coming out here from Team Dog. They've got a 5k lead, much more noticeable now. It is starting to pile on mainly on In Your Dream, as you see the rest of the course of TNC keeping up with Abed, keeping up with Ice Ice Ice. So it really is starting to become that AM game. In Your Dream's about to hit his spike. He needs this Abyssal fast, and I'd say you can't rest on the AM. Like, once you have this Abyssal, you have to fight. You see Team Dog have smoked up behind In Your Dream. They're going to try to make stuff happen here.
KP jumps in, does find In Your Dream, but they see everyone else, but a nice shackles out. Gabby, he got two, but there's not enough follow-up yet. Armel, he's going to jump in now with the morph onto Arfu. He's an Earth Spirit, this Morphling. Arfu is just going to try and roll away. Speaking of rolls, Tim's gets a roll of his own now onto Abed. It's a massive target to take down, but the Mana Void out from In Your Dream, not going to be enough. He's also going to die. That's the Aegis gone, but Ice 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 going to reinitiate now with the Run of Atos onto KP. They want the Slaughter dead. They'll get the Slaughter dead. Onto Tim's, the Pangolier. He's trying to TP out in time. Is he going to make it? He will. Back to the fountain, but he will die there. As the poison does kick in from Ice Ice Ice. And overall, it was a 2 for 2 if you want to count the Aegis. Team Dog probably not going to be very happy about losing that mid-quap, nor the Aegis on In Your Dream. And that may kind of spell things to come here from TNC.
Yeah, it took a lot of effort to go in for that. Really messy fight overall. I think Team Dog are going to be satisfied with how they used their Aegis there, but it was also not the cleanest break for the side of Team Dog, so you need a little bit more up on your AM. I think the Abyssal is definitely going to be that big spike. With a Basher up, In Your Dream should feel more confident, although they do jump for more.
Viper Strike is there. Febby trying for the TP play out, but the damage from Abed is going to ensure that they get the kill. Meanwhile, Arfu goes down to the bot lane. Gabby able to pick up a trade. In Your Dream, however, going to just blink straight in. Gabby is going to pop his own BKB. He'll spot out In Your Dream, but he'll also blink just fine, and he does get himself a BKB charge for his trouble. And, well, that was the 9-second charge, so that's going to feel quite nice for In Your Dream.
Yeah, it's a nice freebie force out. Of course, you are aware of precision, and Armel might just go for a Paulson.
Yeah, Paulson probably not going to survive, and he does end up dying. 2 Tims on the Pango. Of course, the Axe is officially up now for Armel. They aren't going to go for anything silly quite yet. I believe Armel might just want the BKB up. But it seems like they're almost ready for the shenanigans to start.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've got to watch out for that timing. You still don't have anything to deal with the evasion, which is the biggest issue, but I suppose you have a lot of magic damage coming through with Abed, and he did go for something that allows him to stand there without worrying about the control. He's got Lincoln's up. He's going for a BKB next, so he understands what TNC will try to do to this Quap. They are still playing relatively aggressive here on the side of Team Dog, playing that opposing jungle, trying to find some farm. There is still a tier 2 standing that they'd like to take care of. So that's going to be the next objective they go for. And they will manage to find the ward as well. That's been up for a while. So should be a bit safer getting this push in. The Vanguard's up now for In Your Dream. So he's just lacking the recipe into the Abyssal. That could be key in them getting control. As long as you don't allow Armel to shapeshift, it is fine. But he's already on the Wind Ranger form.
Here we go. Armel just crosses half the map in about 2 seconds, and he, In Your Dream, he blinks straight into him, but the counter spell's there. KP, he got the stun off anyway, but the Manta's going to come out. They're going to jump straight in after KP. The Sonic Wave, perfect from Arbed, connecting on everybody, but do they have enough damage? Armel is just going to run the hell away with this Wind Ranger form. Meanwhile, Tim's going to roll straight through onto Arfu and Arbed. In Your Dream, still on the chase, however. Looks like Ice will kill off Febby. Now they have found out Tim's. The roll not going to connect, but the silence is there onto Armel. It's a way bigger target, and In Your Dream gets the bash off an Armel. He's going to be able to waveform up to the high ground. A very close call there from TNC. Bot lane, Gabby is still being chased down. Arbed, he just TP's down to the T1 tower. TP away, is it going to make it? It looks like he will.
Ooh.
What? How much damage?
He had a Spirit Vessel on.
Oh
Right
boy.
at the end. He couldn't heal. Ooh, right on the edge there, Ice. Dropping it in the nick of time.
Beautiful.
And that item, man, just absolutely ruins you. TNC this time not having a good reveal of that Ags and the Morphling. So the double run's not working out yet for Armel. He's going to need that BKB stat. And Team Dog just finally blowing stuff out of the water. Abyssal flying out now for In Your Dream. So he is going to have a lot more control on the AM as well. And TNC, they just need to stall a lot more. Like, if you get items up on Armel, it could end up being nice. But this is the point when Team Dog's very strong, and they're not going to relent. They're going to keep running at you. You have to be ready for this.
Roshan getting a few whacks in Your Dream. Who's he found there? It's going to be Tim's. Do get one. Nice big pick off on the Pango. Gabby about to respawn, but TNC, I'm really not sure they want to go for a team fight right now. Not without their team fight in the Pangolier. Maybe if they find a pick off, they could try for it. But they're going to have to try for that Roshan as Team Dog, they've jumped in. And that Roshan is not going to take a very long time to take out. In fact, it's going down very quick. It is scouted by Febby with the Wave of Terror. But Arfu going to jump straight in with the Boulder Smash, giving time for In Your Dream. However, the Spider Legs, Gabby, he's in. But In Your Dream does get the Aegis. Ice, meanwhile, with the Viper Strike, holding on to Gabby. He's just so darn slow, and he will die in the Nether Toxin. Febby trying to get out, but the Abyssal Blade was there by In Your Dream. Oh, and it was so darn close there for TNC, but still a bit too far. Team Dog, a 13k net worth advantage now. And they are looking very healthy in this game number 2 as even KB top lane trying to split push, assuming he was alone, but he was not. Ice. He knows how offlaners work, and he finds one out. Even bot lane Armel's going to be slightly cautious. He will waveform TP, and In Your Dream could not find him. Close, but not close enough.
Yeah, that win at Roche really boiled down to Abed getting off the Sonic Wave at the right time to get the pushback. Like, it pushed Gabby far enough that he couldn't contest the Roche and secured him so much. TNC were really banking on his steal there. Bites them in the bum this time. And the Morphling Wind Ranger, we did say Team Dog had to learn something from yesterday. It looks like they have. They're not taking their time anymore. They're constantly playing aggressive. Their next step now is to look for these objectives. Go for those tier 2s. Go into the high ground before Armel can get any sort of itemization beyond what he has now, and you're going to set yourself up for a really nice end game. TNC, they need to still play that holdout game. They still have faith in Armel. His BKB slowly being farmed up. It is still a recipe away, but you're getting close to that point where the Morphling can just stand and fight. Gabby, of course, he's had his BKB for a while. His progression on the MKB has stalled out big time. He's going to need to just be a little bit more patient. The recipe is flying out now. He does have a little bit more damage on the Wind Ranger, but it just doesn't feel like enough. It definitely is becoming a bit more of the Armel game at this point.
That it is. But I mean, Armel's still very, very far behind when you look at In Your Dream on the AM. Needs a lot more time with this Morphling. We'll see if he can get it, as now the smoke is up from Team Dog. They want to head down towards the south and see if they can spot out this Morphling, but it's actually KB who's going to be there. KB going to go for a TP away in the tree line. TNC will just go back towards their own triangle. And, well, they are just trying to avoid Team Dog. That's the only play they have right now. And they are doing a good job of it. That's all they can do. Just keep avoiding, keep farming, and hope for the best later on.
Yeah, just trying to build up, trying to hope that the Morphling can overcome this deficit. It is still pretty bad, as you mentioned. That gap is huge between Armel and In Your Dream. You do have the BKB up in Armel. Maybe this is a turning point for the Morphling. He is going for full defensive item buildups, right? Like after the Manta into BKB. Now it's going to be the Lincolns queued up for him as well. So there might be a lack of damage, but in theory, you've got this bench, you've got the Slardar who can handle that for you. But look at this, In Your Dream, he's learned. He's got the MKB, so he doesn't need to worry about the evasion anymore.
Fool me once, he says. And yeah, Tim's poor guy, gonna Guardian Greaves up, gonna try for the roll, but the Mana Void is gonna be there. Meanwhile, KB gonna also be in danger as Arbed has found out the Slaughter, and that is gonna be a secondary kill out for In Your Dream.
Such sorcery shall not prevail.
Team Dog, it is definitely their game to lose right now. So far ahead with a 19k net worth advantage. What's Dota Plus saying? Well, it was in favor of TNC early on, but a 90% win probability right now for Team Dog. I'd have to agree with that. In fact, I'd argue it might just be more.
Yeah, it's definitely up there for Team Dog. TNC, their high ground defense is a bit dicey. It relies on them landing perhaps a Shackles, or even getting a good crush with KP, but it becomes harder and harder as they are feeling rather squishy. You can see the confidence in Your Dream. Does have half a minute left on the Aegis.
Nice shout. In Your Dream, he counterspelled the Shackles, and the Sonic Wave is going to come out. They are going to get it wiped. They do get a Shackles to save Gabby. KP is going to jump in. Oh, what a counterspell out for In Your Dream.
That just lined up. They didn't respect the counterspell coming in. They clump up a bit too well. And that just leads to a disastrous set of exchanges there. They can easily rip through another set of racks. They're going to go for it. I'd say even a tier 4 would be nice, but the Aegis does expire, so In Your Dream's just going to temper back the aggression. But he does hit level 25 as well, so he's got Mana Void ready to go. Cooldown is a lot lower. He's going to be able to spam that out in between fights. And all TNC can do now is stare. They might not lose the bottom racks, but I'd say if Team Dog were feeling confident, it could be easily something they could take. They are playing it safe and just pull back. So a little bit of respect towards the fight potential of TNC, but that was not the way that defense should have gone for TNC.
I mean, in all fairness as well, they still have the bottom tier 2 tower to go after. So I don't think they're going to rush the tier 4s quite yet. But I suppose you never know with Team Dog as bot lane. Arbed would be a great pickoff, and they get the Shackles. The Viper trying to TP in, Ice trying to help out, but they've lost Arbed. KB just going to TP run in front, but no, In Your Dream. He will have the Abyssals to cancel that off. And he wants to chase down Gabby, who wants a high five, but I'm not sure this is the time, Gabby. In Your Dream is still chasing, and what a perfect blink out onto Gabby, right on top of his head. Arfu gets a silence off, and Gabby, he'll get his high five all right. Mel is just going to run away. And that net worth lead, John, at 28k now for Team Dog. No buyback on Gabby means probably mega creeps to come out from Team Dog. Arbed or no Arbed?
Yeah, In Your Dream's just way too big to handle now. He's got all the items he needs. He's very, very hard to lock down. You do have the Ags on Feb. You just feel it's a bit too late. Ags are just going to fall here.
Oh, Shackle's way off target. Maybe just trying to force In Your Dream to use the counter spell, but it's such a short cooldown anyway. We see Ice with that new item now, throwing it out straight onto the Morph Armel. They're going to focus down the other instead. They want Tim's Pango, but Febby is going to get the swap off in time. Mana Void is going to be there to kill off Febby. Tim's going to go for the Rolling Thunder, trying to fight this one out with Armel. But do they have enough? It doesn't look like it. The swap is there. It will barely save the Morphling, but Tim's might just be left behind. They root him in place. They want the kill. In Your Dream going to jump in, and he does take it. Still KP going to jump in. Still going for the team fight. Is going to kill off Arfu, and now Armel going to roll back in, but barely misses on Polison. So close with that roll, but it just did not connect. And with that, Team Dog, yeah, they lose an Earth Spirit jump, but they got the Mega Creeps up before they leave the base. They are looking very, very happy for this game too.
Yeah, they've gotten all the objectives they could have gotten. Just the tier force and the Ancient left, the big one. TNC, backs against the wall here. It's really starting to boil down to whether or not Armel can carry you hard. I mean, you've also got Gabby farming decently, but it really does feel like it is the Morphling game. Still saving up for the Lincolns. That's still all defense, and that is something Team Dog will abuse. They are ready to just play aggressive. They've smoked up. There's no Roche for 2 minutes. They're just going to have to go hunting here.
That they are, and they might run straight into the Slater, who has to go back for the neutral item. The Stormcrafter may have cost him his life. Arbed does spot him out, but Febby is around. They go for the Orchid, but Arbed will not chase any further. TNC, they're going to try and hold up against these Mega Creeps. See if they can make a comeback. They still have the potential for that comeback. It's just going to be very, very difficult. And it's not like you really queue something up like a Divine Rapier on the Morphling pick. You know, usually he doesn't really need the Divine Rapier to be effective. Maybe Gabby picks one up later on, if they can buy enough time.
Yeah, certainly something that Gabby should consider. He's still saving up for his own Ags though, so that's like 4,200 gold he needs to save up, plus his buyback. It's going to be a while until any major items fly up for Gabby here. And you can see Team Dog, again, just taking control of the triangle. They know where they have to be. And this is just going to force TNC to clear out a wave and pull back. They can't get much more off the map. In fact, they've got to be careful.
Shackle. Oh, Shackle. It does latch onto the tree. KP going to jump in straight after him. They are going after Febby, but the focus fire is there. And they do get... No, they don't. In Your Dream, he does survive. I thought he went down there for a sec, but the team fight, it does continue. Arbed going to jump in now after the Wind Ranger. Gabby is going to die. Polison will also die, but he'll buy back immediately into Arfu, who's rolling to the side. He barely misses Armel. But on the left, Tim's does go down. In Your Dream, still going for more. Wants to try after KB, but he's being stunned up. He needs to be careful. Armel going to blink in after him, but the silence is out from Arfu. They don't land the stun, but they got the bashes out. Febby trying to save his life. It is not enough. Armel is gone. No buyback there. The GG is called. That'll be game 2 going to Team Dog. And they do even out the series 1-1, which at minimum, John, guarantees us a game 4. Which, by the way, before you do go on about how this game went down, John, in the last 3 BTS Pro Series, it's been 3-0s every grand final. So we've broken the mold here. We've broken the trend. And we finally get, at minimum, 4 games for a grand final.
Yeah, I'm glad it took long enough, but Team Dog come out with a huge fight here. The confidence they had to draft the AM into the Morphling Wind Ranger this time pays off. Like, they managed to get the space out for In Your Dream. They don't rest easy, because we kind of saw it yesterday where they get this massive lead and then they rest a bit too much. They took their time into the high ground. Just constant action from Team Dog, forcing TNC to just try to react, but they never had enough. We'll see if they do correct that, if they fall back to this Morphling. You've been asking it. They've been consistent about it, TNC. I don't know if they'd want to pull it out again after seeing what Team Dog can do to the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, even
a change of tactics is in mind here.
I mean, you've got to give a huge shout out to Arbed. He killed Armel 4 times before the 10-minute mark, just in that mid lane alone. Of course, Ice 16 and 3 on the Viper, very impressive stuff And of course, in your dream as well, 11, 1, and 12. Great scores all around for the side of Team Dog. With that though, John, we do go to a 10-minute break, and after that 10-minute break, we will be back with our game number 3 for this grand final between TNC Predator and Team Dog. Welcome back. We are here for game number 3 of this grand final between Team Dog and TNC Predator. It's MLP Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, we had a great back and forth already. First 2 games, each team taking 1 game each. Last game around, TNC went back to something that they did run yesterday in the upper bracket finals. It's a bit flat this time. Team Dog was ready, and then we're going to have to try to approach the game a bit differently. We saw what really worked in game 1. They abused the overconfidence that Team Dog had going into the storm. I think they might want to consider baiting Abed into those situations. They did ban the Shadow Shaman early from Team Dog, so you didn't have that option for TNC. I think that's one thing they really needed there. They didn't have the hardest control coming out beyond the Venge stun on TNC side. It was good. They had a follow-up from KP, but you really wanted something like a Hex to hold down in your dream there. That was a big issue. He was zipping in and out of these fights on his AM, and Abed's Quap got a massive start early. The Morphling lane just did not work out for Armel there.
Yeah, I mean, everything just panned out almost perfectly from Team Dog that game number 2, and it was a similar story for TNC game 1. It's been 2 very dominant games from either side. I wouldn't say either game was really that close when it came to which team was winning. Still, we do go into a new draft now. TNC Predator, they go back for the position 5 Enchantress. That's, of course, going to be for Febby. Team Dog, I wonder what they do want to prioritize for their first pick, but they'll actually take the Mirana away from TNC Predator. And we saw previously as well in the first ban phase, they banned out the Shadow Shaman. So, Shaman's gone, they take the Mirana, and you start to ask the question as to what Tims is going to be playing this game. The answer may be the Void Spirit, potentially. We don't know quite yet.
Yeah, it's fairly open for TNC. Tim's Void Spirit, it's been a while, but this is something he does know how to play. Of course, this could be our KP hero, this could be Armel, so a lot of flexibility for TNC in their opener with the Enchantress. The Mirana is really just nice into the Enchantress as well. We talk about this every time, but you enchant the creep, the Mirana's probably going to find it with the arrow, so you do have to watch out for that from for TNC. If they want to try to maximize that, Febby's going to have to micro those creeps well. Team Dog also managed to fall back into the Undying. A steady pickup for Team Dog. They've loved going back to this hero. Paulson does deliver. He just gets his spacing right, can get the heals off. In laning, it's pretty nice to have as well. Dropping some of that strength and allows you to get some zoning around there. So, a strong pickup for Team Dog. TNC, gonna have to find a way to respond here. They do have some solid control with a Void Spirit alone. But the Enchantress, the effectiveness of that against Mirana, it just always seems less than ideal of a pick now for TNC.
That it does. We'll go into the next ban phase. It feels like Team Dog again is not really showing too much of their hand here. For the 3rd time in a row, they've gone for that Undying support. I believe that should just be another POS 5 Undying, and of course we already know that Mirana's going to be a POS 4. But as far as that goes, it's more of a deny pick against TNC. I'm very curious as to what kind of strategy TNC goes down this game. The Morph win ranges seem like a good way to go. It looks like they've given up on the Morphling entirely now. They're not planning to go back to that. Or maybe they do if it's not banned out. You just never know. Both teams, of course, going to be quite desperate to get this game 3 victories. It will give you the 2-1 lead, which will mean you're 1 game away from being able to pull off the grand finals. We'll have to wait out this ban phase before we get to go on, as TNC Predator are wasting a fair bit of time. They actually, interestingly enough, got rid of the Pangolier themselves, and now even the Timber, so it seems like they're just focusing in on those Ice heroes. Perhaps they felt like Ice may have had a bit too much impact that last game, which I wouldn't disagree with, because he was having a hell of a lot of impact. So they just want to try and make it as kind of uncomfortable for Ice as they possibly can.
Yeah, still has a couple of options available here for Ice, though. Tidehunters in the pool if you wanted to. Viper still remains in that pool, and he did deliver the goods on that Viper last time, so you could still go for that here for Team Dog. TNC, if they just focus on these Ice bans, you leave a lot of option for Abed. They do take out the Morphling, so that does clear them out from the Morphling themselves. TNC is going to have to approach this game differently. Team Dog, for their part, those big offlaners we mentioned are in the pool, and a lot of Abbott heroes are left in the pool as well. So Team Dog has a lot of leeway here in what they want to go for. They also have last pick overall, so if they want to let the mid pick slide through the second phase, could try to pocket it for the last pick overall, and they could try to go for something flexible in these next 2 picks first.
Sure. Well, Team Dog, final ban for them. The In Your Dream anti-mage has been left there if they're looking to go back to that this game around. TNC not really caring too much about it apparently, just leaving it there. It's like Team Dog will ban out the Doom now as well, so just wanting to make sure that they don't have to play up against the Doom this game. It's absolutely fair enough, because Mel, if you felt like he was having a bit of a tough time in the mid lane, you can go back to the Doom, and Doom just generally, at minimum, evens out the lane with Devour. But this third pickup now, got to see some cores coming up from both these sides. Team Dog to start. Now, generally, they leave the Ice Hero tool last. So, it is very possible we just see an In Your Dream or Arbed hero pop up here. Preferably In Your Dream, I think, if I remember the pattern correctly.
Yep.
There you go, the Troll's out. Right.
We've seen this come out every now and again. It has been a bit mixed, although I believe Team Dog did manage to get it running for In Your Dream. I feel like I would have preferred something like a PA here instead. Like it was left in the pool. You could have picked up the Slardar or the Magnus afterwards as well if you wanted to combo that way. Still, Troll is still pretty nice. You don't have the best supports for it though. Like you've got the Undying for heals, but nothing like an Oracle or a Dazzle even to help you maximize your Battle Trance there. But it's still rather effective. We'll see what timings In Your Dream wants to hit. I do recall that he likes going for the Battle Fury buildup. TNC go into the Shadow Demon. Again, as popular support that we've seen is one way to maybe kite around the Troll Warlord. You've got Disruption coming in. You've got the Demonic Purge as well, which is fairly impactful in kiting a melee hero like this around. So Team Dog, In Your Dream specifically, will have to watch out for the Shadow Demon's positioning. Of course, TNC with the Shadow Demon and the Enchantress can actually stack a ton of camps up. They might be looking for something here for Gabby that will take stacks really well and kind of benefit from that flash farm here.
Well, I mean, you brought up the PA, and that might just be the option for Gabby if he wanted to go down that route. Might be a little bit risky into the Troll Warlord, but they could definitely give it a shot. Because Arbed will be able to go back to his signature Storm as well, so they get that very comfortable kind of mid-pick. And TNC, playing no games, will go for the Lina pickup now, so the mid lane is still kind of flexible, but I believe it is going to be KP on the off-lane Void Spirit, and it should be the mid laner coming out for Armel. At least this way it kind of guarantees that Armel should be able to pretty much just win the mid lane, because he has such a big advantage on the Lina versus Storm matchup. And so that leaves an Ice hero now, and a Gabby hero. They have given the chance for Team Dog to get rid of the PA if they so wish.
10 seconds.
I think the Void might be a little bit scary as well for Team Dog to go into right now. Even though it did receive those nerfs, but it still seems like Void is still pretty powerful, and there you go, they banned it out now.
Yeah, it would have been a bit silly to let that slide through. You've got the Lina already that kind of gives you damage from outside as well. Even the Enchantress can kind of do that. Of course, it's one of the best pieces of control to keep a Storm in its place as well. So, just a straightforward ban. TNC, for their part, do take out the Night Stalker and are still thinking about what Ice hero can come out. They take the Bloodseeker out. So just trying to free themselves from worrying about Rupture, worrying about the combinations you can get with the Blood Right, even the damage amplification he does get with his Rage out. So just covering their bases here. Does leave a couple of options. Tidehunter comes into mind. That is something Team Dog could just go for. And it's a very solid pickup for Ice. He does love playing that. The TNC, it's that PA we were talking about, slides through. So they've got that physical burst, along with Lina with magic burst here.
It's going to be a very, very interesting kind of draft here from TNC. I do get very confident when I see the Gabby PA pop up. We have seen In Your Dream on the Troll as well. We have seen a bit of Troll, in fact, and it has looked very strong in this current new patch. So I don't want to rule out the PA versus Troll matchup, but I think when you have the Shadow Demon there, to just throw the disruption out on the Troll through the Battle Trance, it does seem to get very difficult, as the Troll Warlord to get much done. And you may kind of go back to just kind of relying on the Storm Spirit to get a lot of damage out and have that control while you are disrupted. So that is, all this being said, Ice, he is still lacking his own hero. Now, generally speaking, we don't see him taking on that kind of damage-dealing role. He's usually quite a mischievous off-lane player, just trying to create space for his team and be as annoying as humanly possible to the opposing side. What do you want to give the man, though? His Viper is still there if they want to go back for that.
Yeah, they've still got the option for Tide. I think Viper into PA is all right, especially since you don't go for early evasion anyway. So that could be annoying to deal with. They could try the Brewmaster. It's in the pool, although it has only been KP picking it up recently. But Ice is also a very mean Brewmaster player. And he is a very fun Brewmaster player as well. He's the trolliest one you can think of. So we'd love that to slide in.
Oh, man, that first time we saw that Brewmaster split with no cooldown. They'll go for the Enigma instead. And that's, I guess that's one way to kind of counter out the PA. You have the Midnight Pulse, you have the Black Hole, the damage is kind of insane. You can go into the late game now, and you might not be quite as worried about having your Black Hole cancelled off once you have a BKB up, because there's really nothing to go through it apart from maybe a bash off Gabby if he gets lucky by throwing a dagger out, but that's all I'm seeing here. So once Ice has the BKB, you're in a bit of trouble. You've got to watch out for the Enigma. Overall, though, which draft do you think you like a bit better here, John?
It's a bit hard to tell. I think both drafts are fairly even. They've got fairly interesting spikes to hit. I think this time around, Team Dog, with Abed Storm coming through, he doesn't have to worry about a Hex. You know, he doesn't have anything major in terms of control that counteracts him. Maybe a disruption to LSA, maybe a disruption into the Remnant from KP, or an Enchanted creep from the Enchantress is it, but otherwise our Storm can just zip in and out. That's the biggest factor here. If Abed has a good game, he will buy space out for In Your Dream and even Ice to make use of. And we did see that in Game 2 for Team Dog. So I think this time around, compared to the Game 1 draft for the Storm, this is a much better Storm game for Team Dog. I'm going to have to give a slight edge to Dog for having that comfort pick. It's still into the Gabby PA, so they've got comfort picks here as well for TNC, but I think Team Dog should be ready for that. We'll just have to wait and see how much Ice can get from his own lane and what itemization he goes for. Is he going to opt for a fast BKB blink? Is he going to save up for the arcs into Mech, into Guardian Greaves that we tend to see? It's fairly open for what he wants to go for in the Enigma here.
It certainly is, and we'll see what he does get up to. But a 1-1 so far. We are in a tied situation for the Grand Final. Winner of this game will be able to have a 2-1 advantage going into the fourth game now. So definitely a very important match between these two. I'd say if you do have that one-game advantage, you're going to be feeling very, very good going into the fourth game, which it might give you enough momentum to just try and pull yourself over the edge. See how much Team Dog and TNC can get done. And it's very, very hard for me to not have faith in the Gabby PA, I've got to say. Then again, though, Abed Storm, obviously very, very scary as well.
Yeah. It's two really strong signature heroes coming out here, so both sides are pulling out all the stops, just wanting to find that advantage into forcing the other team up against the wall. It is basically a best of 3 now because of that 1-1, so you do want that advantage going to the best of 3, which this kind of is now. And again, I'm just surprised here, Mike. There's just no alt chat. There's just no one throwing shade, making comments, or even wishing good luck. It's still all biz here at Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it is a grand final, John. There's no friends in war. And there will be no talking until we crown a victor, I'm sure, between these two. Of course, TNC are looking for revenge from that upper bracket final that they did lose to Team Dog. If they can win out this game. We will get into it, of course. Top lane, you're going to have Arfu there, around with Ice on the Enigma. It's like Ice has already denied off 2 creeps in this first creep wave. In fact, never mind, one of them has escaped, but he is intending on trying to deny a secondary creep. It will be the range creep, of course, that he does want to get the deny off on. It's going to give a very nice advantage, but Gabby was in range for that range creep. So overall, they don't get as much value out of denying it as possible. Gabby still does get some free XP for himself. See how he does in the lane. Enigma can be very, very tough to lane against. It's so easy to kind of deny creeps off with these Eidolons and just not give a proper lane over to Gabby on this PA.
Is going to struggle for the first few waves here because of what Ice has done to the equilibrium. You've also got Febby being rather disrupted by Afu, just being chased around while he's trying to fix up his camps. Is at least going to find the D wards, but he's not going to have a pull camp as well. So it's going to be slower for Gabby. He is getting some EXP out, but Ice is definitely getting the start he wants. We'll see if this is something they can fix out. It will take a while for TNC to kind of sort that out. The mid lane is where it is a bit spicy. You talked about the Lina versus Storm. Armel is having that good start you mentioned, just slightly better with his range, much better wave clear with a Dragon Slave as well, and Febby.
Now, Febby does end up getting the first blood. Afu just maybe overextending a little bit, and Febby, he had that level 1 enchant, and of course at level 1, Miranas tend to go for the arrow, so you didn't have the leap away, and Gabby was there with the follow-up damage. And you really can't underestimate how much slow that level 1 enchant does do. It is quite a lot. So, the Mirana takes it, you are more than likely going to die. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's still playing tag here, Afu with Febby. Not really able to interrupt what Febby's doing in these camps, and this is just exactly what you'd want as the Enchantress, just being disruptive. This is giving Gabby so much less pressure in his lane. He's still finding some steady farm, matching the pace of Ice. Ice does have a lot of denies, but that's to be expected. Still sort of an okay lane here for Gabby overall. Gonna have to see how it holds up.
Mid lane, he did throw the Vortex out onto Armel, but didn't bother going for the Static Remnant afterwards. I think he just wanted to try and threaten Armel a little bit, but doesn't really do too much as Armel now lands the Light Strike array. Arbit's just taking so much damage on this Storm. Of course, down at the bot lane, you've got KP and Tims there, up against Polison on that Undying, and, well, Polison might kind of be dead. Trying to run away, it looks like he is going to remain safe, has the Soul Rip anyway. And of course, the one player we didn't mention is going to be In Your Dream, who is farming just fine for now. Top of the last hits board, not really struggling whatsoever. On the side, everyone really dropping low across the map. Tims was dropping quite low, but he's going to be fine. This Mirana, Fu, going to TP back to the fountain. Looks like he was dropping very low. And even Arbit dropping extremely low on the Storm Spirit. Everyone going to survive, however.
Yeah, just playing poke with each other here, trying to get each other to waste some resources on the map. Going back to that bot lane, In Your Dream having the smooth start is a bit of a cause of concern. KP on the offlane. Void Spirit, of course, can just hold steady, get some EXP up, but he is not going to slow down the farm of this troll. And that is going to be an issue. Like, you're already seeing pressure applied to Gabby. He's still finding last hits, but it cost him every single time. Whereas for In Your Dream, in contrast, he is 27-7. This is pretty much a free lane. This does mean In Your Dream's going to have good timings into the Battle Fury if he wants to build that. And that is something TNC has to watch out for. If you allow In Your Dream to free farm like this and hit the Battle Fury timing better than Gabby will, it could cost you a ton.
KP gonna make the jump in onto In Your Dream, but now Tim's actually gonna be in danger. In Your Dream might just get the last attack off, gets the daggers out, but it's not gonna be enough. Some nice body blocks there from KP. It's gonna save Tim's life on that Shadow Demon, but he is gonna have to make the run back up towards the fountain, or maybe not, because he does end up salving up. But it is still gonna allow In Your Dream to just keep freely farming up. And that Troll Warlord, just one of those position ones that can dominate a lane pretty much by himself. It's just so powerful with the ability to switch to that range form at pretty much any moment. He's even going to just go for the 5-minute bounty rune now, and there'll be no contest for it.
Yeah, and this is one advantage for Team Dog. In Your Dream's got such a good lane. They can leave him alone. He can still secure runes. They can focus on trying to make it hellish for Gabby to farm. You're seeing Ice now pull ahead of her PA as you'd expect. The supports are given a lot of room to just play tag here, although Afu is forced to go home. But the concentration on In Your Dream with his dual lane just isn't lining up. Like, maybe they can land the Disruption Remnant combo again and get enough damage out. You're going to need to stack up more Shadow Poison stacks on this Troll though, and there's just no opportunity to. So TNC off to a slower start, not really losing too much, but you do worry about the initial farming state here. After that first blood, the lanes are still going Team Dog's way.
That they are. Mid lane, Arbed gonna jump in onto Armel, getting a fair bit of damage out on this Lina. Armel still gonna be okay for now, but Arfu jumps in but doesn't get the arrow off. Ice Ice Ice, meanwhile, solo picks off Gabby. He did commit the black hole straight off the bat, but it's well and truly worth it if you can get a solo kill on the opposing pos 1. And that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, I love seeing this from Ice. You know, we see some Enigmas not even opt to level the black hole, but going for that early black hole leads to a nice kill, slowing down Gabby's farm. It has already been a slower lane for him. Now his Battle Fury timing compared to In Your Dream is definitely not going to line up, and that's going to be an issue for TNC. Gabby will need to flash farm at some point, and the map is, you know, at the least your two other cores are fairly selfless.
Oh, look at this.
In that Void Spirit and the Lina.
Look at Arbed. Stealing stacks away.
Ooh.
It's going to be a lot of gold. If he does get it, Armel is going to come in now and try to make sure that they do not get those stacks. He might be able to clear them out with the Dragon Slave. So KP does kill off Arfu, and they'll turn back around onto Paulson. The Undying getting very, very low, and eventually just accepts the fact that he is just dead. To secure the kill, and they basically get none of the creeps off that stack. It's going to be a pretty nice little win there for TNC.
Yeah, to get some good punishment in. I believe Abed got like maybe just 5 big creeps, not substantial, but that does force them to clear it out earlier. So that means you're not giving this to Gabby, again slowing down the PA in the end. I think that's what Team Dog was looking for, just forcing them to clear these stacks out, not give them to the PA, slowing down the timings of Gabby down the line, and continuously buy space for In Your Dream. When they made that movement out, they left In Your Dream alone. He's at level 7 now, he's got his phase boots, and he's just saving up for his own Battle Fury. So things are going smoothly here for Team Dog. Even Abed, his lane matchup was back and forth, is lagging behind a bit. He's going to need to get some space out, but so far I don't think he minds too much as long as In Your Dream actually does have a good start.
And that's it. Armel getting a jumped here by Arbed. He does have Paulson behind, and that'll be a massive pickup if he can take it for Tims. It's there with the disruption. Still Arbed, he got a last hit in. The Light Strike Array was not timed well. Arbed is going to die for his trouble, but it's well worth it. Paulson now also going to be in danger. Is taking a hell of a lot of damage on that Undying, but he is set to fall, and Gabby will be the one to take the kill. But considering the fact that Arbed was so far behind Armel on the Lina, you are going to be pretty happy with taking that kill.
Oh, definitely. It's a net gain there for Team Dog. Be happy getting a little bit of acceleration into Abed. He is still going for that Kaya into Bloodstone buildup, as we tend to see, so not going to be diverging from that buildup here, but that should still line up rather well. And Abed is still making some space out regardless. Like, Abed may die, he's forcing attention down mid. Isis is left alone to play greedy up top on the Enigma. He is going for that arc into Mech, into Guardian Greaves on the Enigma. And so far, it's paying off. Like, no one's contesting the Enigma, no one's contesting the Troll. TNC's attention's all kind of dedicated to finding the Storm and reacting to Abed's aggression, which is exactly what Team Dog wants. They're just pulling ahead slowly but surely in that fort, and they are clearing the map a little bit more efficiently here.
Gabby gonna find Arfu on that Mirana. They get the creep, but the black hole out from Ice. Is it gonna be enough? Arbed is gonna jump in, and they do burst down Gabby. A great black hole out from Ice from the high ground, and now Febi's also gonna die. And that's something you don't see every day, John. And Ice, a very confident black hole does end up working out in their favor. And even In Your Dream in the mid lane, picking up Tims on the Shadow Demon.
Oh yeah, it's
KP? He ends up getting Pulse on the Undying. Not too big of a deal, I guess.
No, definitely not. You are so much happier here on the side of Team Dog. They get the mid-tier 1. Looks like they will trade their bot tier 1 for this, but a much bigger target going the way of Team Dog, opening up the jungle rotations, and looks like they are still playing tag, keeping so much pressure in Gabby. He's just never free to farm up. It's slowly building up into the Battle Fury, but In Your Dream is definitely a step up here, and that's not good news. Gabby, he is the PA player to watch out for, but it's been a while since we've seen him playing from behind, this far behind as well. 3.9k on the PA, In Your Dream at 5.5, a pretty big difference there.
That it is. See how quick Gabby can catch up on this PA, but it's one of those things that the first carry that gets the first Battle Fury is generally the one that just takes the lead the whole game. Still top lane, Ice going to be perched up immediately and they will just burst him down. He does mech up, but it's not going to make all the difference. Arbed, however, going to zip in after Armel, but does get disrupted up. Can they hold him down? No, they can't. Armel still going to be chased down, however, a nice light strike array, but he is going to die now. Arbed wants to go for more onto KP. The Resonant Pulse is going to be enough along with the Shadow Poison of Tim's. He got the leaner, ends up costing him his own life. I start to question how worthwhile this is for our Storm.
Yeah, definitely not worthwhile there. They trade 2 cores. And the big one is losing. It's actually losing Ice. That makes it painful because Ice is worth a little bit more than Abed. And you trade off those 2 cores. Good pickups for TNC. Finally finding some punishment out on the map. And that's what they need to do. They need to move as 3 or move as 4. Buy space out for Gabby. Get some pickoffs going. They've got good control with the disruption setup, and they can definitely play with that, as there's no defensive items yet here on Team Dog.
Well, Afu, Arrow does scout out Tim's, but they don't want to really make the jump all the way back there. Team just kind of happy to sit back and give space. I say that, but Team Dog are being a bit more aggressive here on this Radiant side, as this net worth advantage, they feel much more confident. In Your Dream on that Troll, going to have a very, very fast Battle Fury timing at this rate. You'd give it about another 30 seconds and the Perseverance will be up. And that is going to be very quick when you consider the Phase Boots and the Wraith Band and even the Magic Wand. Mel going to show up at the bot lane, but he doesn't really catch out In Your Dream. And In Your Dream, not going to waste his time. He seems to sense that the side of TNC is down at that bot lane area. Does TP into the mid lane, back to his triangle. While the rest of his team, they go up to the top lane, and well, you could just pressure another tier 2 tower, especially with these Eidolons.
The beauty of the Enigma pickup, you can get a good push going even without the Necronomicon creeps. Of course, TNC down bot are trying to do the same, doing a lot of damage onto that tier 2, and it looks like Team Dog actually aren't committing too much up top, so they will just force TNC to face off against that fortified. They do Moonlight Shadow though. It is only Afu and Pulson nearby, so this might be costly if they do overstep.
It may be. The Moonlight Shadow, they feel confident. No sentry wards around here from TNC to scout this out, or as I say that there is one on the ground there, Afu now underneath it, but it's not going to matter. It looks like he does just arrow the creep anyway, and that will make it very obvious there were invis. That's it, really. Apart from that, Febby does buy a fluffy hat, John. Fluffy hats are very nice and fluffy.
It does seem a bit more to wear a fluffy hat, but what else is up is In Your Dreams Battle Fury's up. So he has cleared out his ancient stacks here. He's clearing out the camps now. It's a lot faster to farm up. This disparity between IYD and Gabby is going to grow a bit wider. Now, Gabby's actually not too far off from his battle here, about 1,000 gold off, but how long that 1,000 gold takes is going to be pivotal in how far IYD widened this gap. And you can see Ice, he's just left alone to solo push top. Like, he's got the Eidolons down, his creep wave is coming in. There is a smoke from TNC, though. It looks like they want to flank this maneuver.
They definitely need to do something. T2's going down for free. They need to do something about it. They jump in onto Arbed, but he has a haste rune and he just zips away. TNC still trying, but the smoke's too obvious now. Nothing going to come out of it. Like, they don't even get the top bounties. Arbed will take those. They should be able to get the bottom ones, as Gabby is around the area to just collect it for his team. You look at Gabby's farm, though. He is really struggling right now. Still needs one more component for that Battle Fury, but he's just almost 3k behind In Your Dream. That is not where he wants to be as the PA.
No. It's also really troubling when you see Gabby's level 9, and he knows he's really far behind in EXP. He's actually queuing up the tone himself. Never a good sign when your pos one's going for that.
Mid lane, Purge is going to be out onto In Your Dream to make sure they can't chase down Armel. I think Armel is going to be just fine. We do have a smoke up now. Team Dog. Or DD Rune found out. Tim's just going to deny it, and he does spot out Ice. Let's break the smoke of the Enigma, but they still just continue. With the Moonlight Shadow, they run straight into Tim's. Tim's goes for the disruption, but there's your Tombstone being dropped by Paulison, and Tim's will just accept the fact that he is dead. They want more, though. They'll go after Febby in the back lines with the arrow to connect. It'll be another nice, easy kill. And Gabby is around the area. He is blurred up, so they can't see him right now. Looks like he should be just fine to get away.
Yeah, would have been nice to pick off Gabby here. He's just waiting for a few more gold to get a battle here, so you would have stalled it for at least 20 seconds more, maybe a full minute more if you got that kill. It should be smooth sailing now that the gold's going to be recuperating. TNC going to be playing in that triangle. You can see Team Dog going to try to clear out that top tier 2 now. They do have the numbers here. They've got the black hole ready. Ice, speaking of, is saving up for his BKB next. So he was getting some good black holes without it. This time around, he can be a lot more offensive and up in front with his own BKB being formed up relatively quick. Gabby, of course, we talked about it. The Battle Fury's up 17 minutes in. Good, what, 3, maybe 4 minutes later than In Your Dream. Does have a huge stack to take, though. This is definitely going to help the cause here.
He needs everything he can get right now. Problem is, the Roshan might be taken while he's taking that stack. That is not going to be great news for TNC. It's very hard to fight into this Roshan, even if you were aware of it as well, right? Because you're going to be fighting into a black hole of Ice. He's not going to make it easy. They may kind of sniff out the Roshan now, but it is too late. But of course, we'll take the Aegis on the Storm, and that is going to give them a very kind of confident next 4 to 5 minutes for Team Dog. With TNC, they might just have to try and avoid Team Dog to the best of their ability. I think it is going to be way too dangerous to run into them right now. They may have no choice in the matter, though. KP scouting out, will spot out Ice, but Ice Sims as well, and they commit the black hole immediately. They just want an easy kill. KP, however, still gets the Yules off. It won't matter, though. The Static Storm is going to be waiting for him. I do like that from Ice. I think if you're not using the black hole anyway, you may as well commit it. And it seems like he is well aware that TNC is not going to want to fight when you have the Aegis up on your Storm.
Yeah, it's just an opportunistic pickoff here for the side of Team Dog. He also understands that he'll probably not want to throw it out randomly anyway without the BKB. So this does give him some use before the BKB's up. It should line up. The cooldown should line up with when his BKB recipe flies out. So it's just perfectly timed for Ice. Going to be really grateful for finding that kill. Right now, Team Dog working through that map, taking over the triangle. They've got some good wards now watching that area. They've also got a nice jungle entrance ward to keep an eye out for the movement of TNC. TNC map is growing a little bit smaller, if not a bit riskier to farm in. Gabby's still saving up for his Desolator. Really need that item to be up.
Arrow
though.
Gonna land on to Tim's. They want that Shadow Demon dead, and they will get him, but Gabby is gonna jump in after Arfu. They'd love to go after Arbed as well, but he's gonna be okay. Still, Armel will come in from the left side. He will Light Strike away, and Laguna, Arfu on the Mirana. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 on those position 4s. How's Gabby's farm going after that Battle Fury? I think he's
KP?
Uh-oh, KP. He has an Astral Step charge. He's going to try, but the Midnight Pulse is there, and they get the Malithus off. Very nice play once again from Ice on the Enigma. And Ice, he's going to have that BKB up extremely soon. It's not going to take very long. But John, if I may, we might get to see the Fan of Knives from Gabby.
Oh yeah, he's queuing it up. Interesting decision here for the I mean, it is an HP scaling damage skill. So when you're behind, that's going to do a lot of damage to them as they are farmed up. It's going to be exciting to see that fly out. I do believe the Desolator is going to be done first. Looks like Gabby is going to prioritize a normal build first, but I am looking forward to this one. The Ags is also queued up by Gabby. So, hey, looks like he is experimenting with his PA now. Should be careful as he's being rotated on.
They don't have the black hole for another 20 seconds, so he might feel safe enough. He's going to go for a TP play out, and he's going to make it, but bot lane, Armel gets caught out on the leaner. Arbed able to take that one along with Arfu. That's a pretty darn big pickoff. TNC just, again, trying to just avoid the side of Team Dog, but now KB, he may not have a choice in the matter. He gets stunned up. He'll get it to simulate out. They did not get any lucky ensnares there on In Your Dream. But now you've got the BKB up on In Your Dream. You've got a BKB up on Ice Ice Ice. He's going to start working towards the Blink Dagger. And the situation keeps looking worse and worse for TNC as time goes on.
Yeah, it's not looking smooth. We're still waiting for this Desolator on Gabby. He does have the gold, so it should be flying out soon. They're still lacking some farm here. KP still saving up for his Ags. He's definitely not taking farm priority at all. Armel does have his Shadow Blade and Yule, so he's actually the most farmed up right now in Lina. Needs to make that work, however.
Nice arrow block there from the creep of Febby, making sure KP does not get stunned up. Ice still just happy to walk in and go for a black hole if he needs to. Very confident with that mech BKB being up. Meanwhile, bot lane, In Your Dream, just going to solo push out the bot tier 2 tower. He's going to make quick work of it as well. It's really not going to take that much time. It's gone. Mel might find a big pick off here. Ice, no, he gets the BKB off into the black hole on Arbed. Just going to zip right through. Where the hell did he go? The disruption was there. Mel is still maybe going to die. The Yules is out in time. He's trying to run. He can't get out though. Arbed will zip right after him. They purge up In Your Dream to try and make sure he can't chase any further, but he will pop the ulti. He will take down Febby, and now Tim's also being caught out by Arbed. They will get another. And it's looking to be another very dominant game here by Team Dog in this game number 3. TNC are still struggling to find their footing.
Yeah, they're still lacking a lot of farm, and Armel, he was the highest farmed on his team. Now he falls behind even Gabby. Gabby needs to make this investment work, does have the Deso up. Did not go for the shards, by the way, Mike. Okay, he is just going straight for the
Alfu did not connect the arrow. It did land on a jungle creep, but KP still getting caught out thanks to the TP rotation of Arbed. And I'm sorry, John, you were saying about the shards.
Yeah, he's not going for the shards. Gabby's going for the plain old Ag, so no fan of knives. No old school, old game skill. He is rushing the Divine right after, so you can see Gabby knows what this game is boiling down to. If he gets that smooth ride into the Ags Divine, you might see a good bounce back here, but TNC, they have smoked up, trying to make something happen here, but they are just 3 heroes. They're down KP as well.
They are. Arbed going to bottle up a Haste Rune. He's going to narrowly avoid the smoke out from TNC. Still Armel with the Shadow Blade. He's going to go Invis now, having a look around to see if he can find a target, but there is no one around for him to go after. You look back at Ice Ice Ice, he's a couple hundred gold away from having the full blink up now, and that's going to be a very, very scary time. For TNC is now an arrow. Tim's, he does not flinch. I probably would have, but he doesn't. He'll just keep TPing. Febby hiding in the tree line, also not flinching, and he's going to be fine. Everyone somehow survives on TNC.
Yeah, that's a very spicy sneak spot there for Febby. Might be in trouble now. In Your Dream might have caught the tail end of that.
No, he didn't.
Doesn't look like it.
Get the vision,
Arbed?
however. Arbed zipping in, found Tim's, and it looks like he also found Armel. The Aghanim Scepter up on Arbed means he can go for that AoE Vortex into another. They go after KP now. The Void Spirit is also going to go down. And I suppose this is that point where it gets really scary to be on TNC. You just don't have the magic immunity you need to go up against this AoE Vortex of the Storm. Things are getting very, very tough.
It's scary. You're gonna need a BKB now as well, and Gabby, but seems adamant about going for this Ags build. They are gonna slowly siege up, but their creep wave was cut off, so they've only got one shot at this. Looks like the tier 3 will still fall. It is a troll. He does melt towers quick.
That he does. He has no fear in the world. It's just nothing to be afraid of here for him. Just back off now. Nice and easy. Into the mid lane they go. They still have the blink coming out, I believe, for Ice. He actually went for an Aether Lens, which is very interesting. No, he actually didn't buy the blink. He went straight Aether Lens. What, this builds into something now, doesn't it? Didn't they introduce a new item with this Aether Lens pickup?
Yeah, it goes into the Octarine.
Right, okay, so they just switched it around.
Yeah, it looks like Ice will just go for the Octarine. Still into the Roche pit, TNC. No vision outside. They don't quite see this one happening. It's going to be a big take for the side of Team Dog. Aegis Cheese on the table. Abed going to be appreciating either one. And In Your Dream can have a little bit more leeway up front. You can see the lines drawn, but TNC just can't move fast enough to contest this.
No, you can't. And an MKB now up on In Your Dream is going to make it that much harder to fight into this troll. I believe with this, Team Dog, they want to try for the high ground once again. The first time around it was very, very easy, but this second time around it should not be quite as easy. In Your Dream seems to want to try for the top lane rather than the mid lane. That's fair enough. The top lane is definitely going to be easier to push in than the mid lane would be. They are going to be fighting into the Gabby Aghanim Scepter now, but he does not have buyback gold. They kill him once, this game could be over. The Hail Mary play from Gabby. Light Strike Ray is there. The Aegis not going to expire. The mech going to save In Your Dream, and now Armel going to be in massive trouble. He's a sitting duck and he is going to die. They just go for the racks. Armel, he can buy back. He will hold on for now. They've got to find a way to try and initiate as Abed. He gets the initiation off into 3 with the black hole out. Ice, locking them all down. They'll buy back now. It may be too late though. Gabby, he's going to blink strike away in time. KP going to jump back in. The troll falling low, but he still has that Aegis and Abed once again. A two-man vortex catching them all out. That might be GG. An ultra kill up for In Your Dream. They even got an arrow out onto Gabby. A rampage up for In Your Dream now. And that's it. They call it. A dominant victory for Team Dog in this game number 3. And Johnny, it was quite dominant. I mean, they had this game the whole time.
Yeah, it reminded me of game 1 there for Team Dog. Abed this time around, you know, he had a good matchup for his Storm. He didn't have to worry about the Hexes. When that Shadow Shaman's gone, you know that Abed's just going to be eyeing that Storm pickup. He does manage to have a good time here. And even In Your Dream, he had a really free lane. KP on the off lane Void Spirit. Even when that troll was left alone, they couldn't do enough to stop IYD's farm. Gabby was under a lot of pressure in his own off lane. Ice working that Enigma well. That first wave deny just absolutely ruined Gabby's chances early levels. So you've got to watch out for that movement here, TNC. Really strong draft from Team Dog. Really confident movement out as well. And TNC, well, it's their turn. It's their backs against the wall this time. They need to find a win if they want to force a Game 5. But Team Dog, they're going to be very happy about how that came out here.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll see how it does work out in game number 4. It is MLP Dota and it is John X Fire. We'll be back in 10 minutes with our game 4. And we'll see if TNC can force to a game 5 or whether the side of Team Dog are going for a 3-1 victory. We'll be with who could be who, but yeah. Apart from that though, John, fourth game, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. We're going late into the night here. It's dragging on. We've chugged down our monster, of course, to keep it going. Game number 4. This is the longest that we've had a grand finals go for in a while in the Pro Series. We'll see if it holds up. We'll see if TNC can force a win out and force that coveted Game 5 if it can slide through. You have to say, Team Dog looks like they want to approach this game differently. They've left the Shadow Shaman in, but TNC has picked up the Mirana. So if they were going to go for the Shadow Shaman to counteract, say, a Storm here, that's going to have to be the Febby hero. Not the same farm prioritization. You might not see a Blink timing as fast. You might not see an Aether Lens timing as fast. So I'd say there's some room here for Team Dog to opt for a Storm in that second phase if TNC don't respect ban it.
Okay. Well, Team Dog, they do go back for the Enchantress now. So starting off with that Enchantress pick, looks like TNC probably won't bother with the Shaman anyway, though, right? Like, you've got the Mirana there, so you're probably not too interested in going for the Shaman unless you are going to run it as a position 5. But I think the hero might be a little bit too weak in the 5 role right now.
Definitely.
I said that about Shaman in the 4 role, but obviously Tim's proved me wrong. But the 5 role, it's too selfless. You still need an Aether Lens, you still need a Blink Up. It is probably a bit too selfless to expect a good Shaman performance without having that kind of initiation tool available. Still, TNC could pick it up if they want, but they won't. They go back for the Older Titan, which could mean we might see the Morphling come back out if TNC feel like that's what they need to run to win out this game number 4.
Yep, it's a possibility. ET Morphling is good, and as long as the Morphling's in the pool, I will always have to point out that they could pull out the Wind Ranger. TNC's been very fond of that Wind Ranger the past few days. It has not worked out recently, but it's a pocket pick they like. So the options are there for TNC. Team Dog, and they've got that Ench, very stable sort of support to have. Of course, it's the Ench into the Mirana, so you've got the Arrow to deal with on the creeps. At the same time, you can use your creeps to block out some Arrow opportunities, as we were seeing from the last game. So it's a back and forth one for Team Dog. You've got some potential there. Looks like they will think a bit hard about this pickup. Really considering it, really digging into the reserve time. Not typical for the first phase, but they are weighing out their options. There's potential here for TNC to run the ET off and kind of throw off Team Dog, but they go with the Earth Spirit. And this is something I love seeing here. Afu, Earth Spirit, always a treat to watch.
That it is. It is very pleasurable to watch Arthur on this Earth Spirit. In fact, Earth Spirit in and of itself, John, fantastic hero. Obviously, everyone knows that. Probably the best hero in Dota, always, no matter what happens to it. I've got to say as well, I mean, we saw the shards being picked up very often on these Earth Spirits now, and I do really like that shards. I think we talked about it yesterday, but you get the 4 bonus charges of your Stone Remnants, which is much more. It makes it so much more comfortable to play the hero, so you don't feel quite as limited. But as well as that, the fact that they now give 400 vision when you place them, you can essentially place them preemptively as a ward on a high ground before you move up. And we saw that earlier on today, I believe it was, and it was very effective. Whether Arfu feels the necessity to do that this game is entirely up to him. We'll find out. But I think there is a lot of value in picking up those shards for 1400 gold and essentially having unlimited wards every time you go for a smoke or you go for a big team fight.
Yeah, it's just so much utility coming out from that one. I think it's a definite pickup there for pause 4 Earth Spirits. Just really nice spike, especially since it opens up at the 20-minute mark. If you actually grab it right then, just having that much vision at that mark with your stones, having that capability to scout out and initiate with your stones as well, having more charges, it does feel rather broken when you put it in that context. If you just save up, time it at the 20-minute mark right as it flies out. There's a lot of potential there. We'll see if that's something Afu will prioritize. As you mentioned, he might opt for more utility in his build rather than just raw vision. You can see the back and forth bans here. TNC take out the Tide Hunter, so that's a sign for Team Dog to take out something like the Faceless Void, as they wouldn't have the Ravage to contend with that. Of course, Void plus ET is a strong combo here from TNC as well, and Gabby is a mean Void player. So they're just taking out some comfort picks here. Morphling still in the pool. Team Dog might want to consider that for a last ban, but TNC as well have to think about that Storm Spirit in the pool for Abed. We saw him struggle in game 2, but game number 3 was a shining performance and a good example of why you banned the Storm against Abed.
Absolutely.
Dire's turn.
The Void Spirit being banned out as well by TNC. They don't seem to want to give that option away if Abed does want to pick it up. And in all fairness, Abed does play a very nice Void Spirit as well. Though I do wonder if he's going to go back to the Storm now. Like, the first game he picked it up, it didn't work out. But everything after that has looked pretty good. He had a very tough lane matchup into Armel's laner that last game, but it just didn't seem to bother him. He caught up and made the work happen. And yes, the answer is yes, they will go back for the Storm. I don't see why not.
Yeah, there's no reason not to go for it. You see a Mirana ET, you know there's no instant Hex, you know there's no room for the Shadow Shaman, no room for a Lion, nothing like that can come out. And Mirana ET is not very stable hold. We're talking about Stomp and Arrow. Storm is a very slippery target. You are probably not going to be locking in Abed. We'll see if TNC can maybe draft something in that can hold them down. Void would have been nice, but again, that was banned out. Perhaps they look at something like, say, a Bat Rider. Could be an option, as Team Dog does not have anything to break the lasso. And that is something we've seen Armel play a lot of if they want to go that route. So could be something they could consider for their pickup. But Abed's just really comfy in this game. They go with the DP instead, so they're going in for the push potential coming out, the stability in lane the DP has. We have seen DP a couple of times now, and we've seen DPs pick up the shard upgrade as well, which does give you minus armor in the Spirit Siphon, if I recall right. Giving that to the DP hasn't been the most impactful, but that sort of utility shift is there for the DP if they wanted to amp up some minus armor. Probably not the priority, and we'll have to see how much Armel can get out of this lane. He has to bully Abed out. Like, you can't allow this guy to have that timings he meets. And Team Dog, I think, are going to look to play aggressive down mid again. You've got Afu, Earth Spirit, rotations down mid with the Storm. Going to be really easy to pull off.
Absolutely. And that Shards upgrade for the DP is actually very interesting. I hadn't read up on it myself, but I guess if you have the right kind of position 1, it can be quite impactful. Still, Team Dog happily go into the Spectre now for their own position 1. In terms of Gabby's pick, I suppose you can go into the PA now if you want. Could be pretty dangerous into the Spectre, but Gabby might just say, you know what, that game we just went past, that wasn't really me. Let me just run it back, try it again. You do also have the Troll there if you want to try the Troll Warlord on Gabby. The Terrorblade seems very, very nice right now for Gabby if you wanted to pick that up. In fact, I'd say the TB is probably one of their best options for the position 1 of TNC if they wanted to pick it up and run that up against the Spectre.
It definitely ties in nicely. You've got the DP to pile onto that early push you can get with Metamorphosis. You've got a lot of early presence with damage out. I would worry about the silence from the Earth Spirit here, along with the magic damage from the Storm and the pure damage from the Ench.
Right.
Like, Impetus isn't, like, stable for a support, but it will rip through a Terrorblade, so it could be vulnerable to just being squishy in terms of raw HP. TNC really digging into that reserve time, though. Like, they're not going to have much left for that last pick.
Wow, they go for an Underlord out, so that should be KP's hero. And that'll make it very difficult for the Spectre in terms of CSing the lane. Just kind of like what they did to Gabby last game. They ran the Enigma, they basically just denied a bunch of creeps away. Underlord does effectively the same thing to a hero like Spectre, who doesn't have the craziest base damage. So I do like this pick from TNC. I think it is going to allow them to come online quite quick as well, as the Underlord doesn't really need much to be effective. Well, that leaves our last picks. Ice needs a hero in the off lane, and of course Gabby still requires a position 1. They are going to ban out the Jug. They've left the PA for now, and I still believe you go for the Terrorblade if you are Gabby. You could go PA. I think that's still fine. Well, we're going to find out soon. It doesn't really matter what we say. I'm sure TNC have an idea in their heads already.
Yeah. I'd say right now, the Underlord pick does give TNC a way of holding down that Storm as well. So they've got the Pit. They can follow up with a Stomp. They can follow up with the Arrow. That's one way to get it done. You see the AM banned out here by Team Dog. So they do leave that Terrorblade and PA in the pool here for TNC. We're going to have to see what TNC opts for. Not much reserve time here, so they're going to have to pick fairly quick, and Team Dog have last pick overall. They can pull a surprise out from under the rug here if TNC's not ready for it.
Very, very true, John. 3 seconds reserve time, in fact, for TNC to make this last decision, but they won't even use it. They will get the Troll Warlord. Fair enough. So a very kind of early game or mid-game orientated draft with this DP Troll Underlord. Does seem quite potent, and of course into the Spectre. Later on, you're not going to enjoy versing the Spectre, but I suppose the idea is to not allow the game to get that late to begin with.
Yeah, and just try to push down fast. You've got the Troll for towers, you've got the DP for towers. Going to be key for Armel to use his cooldowns in the DP, so exorcism from a team fight into a tower is what we love to point out. And Armel's going to have to meet that timing, meet that utility on the DP to secure some early objectives here. Pretty much what Team Dog did in that last game, right? Like, they ran around with their Troll, they melted towers quick with their Enigma as well. You want to see TNC replicate that sort of timing here if they want to have a shot at this Team Dog. Last pick comes in, Enigma again.
Well,
confidence here.
I mean, if it works, why fix it, right? It's not broken, or maybe it is broken, because Team Dog made it look really good last game. And I think they're just kind of mirroring what TNC's doing. Like, you want to deny our creeps, we're going to deny your creeps. Both position ones are going to be poor as hell, and I guess that kind of reverts the game back to the position 2 role to see who kind of takes that over. It should still be Armel favored in the mid lane with that DP, but once you hit that level 6 mark, Abed doesn't really care for the DP anymore. Should be a very interesting game number 4, and of course TNC, their tournament and grand final lives are on the line. They need to win this game 4 to get to a game 5, and John, I will ask you the hardest question of all. Is this draft going to be enough to force it to a game number 5?
Is it enough? It can be. I worry about meeting the DP timings. That's always the biggest factor when we see that hero. Armel has to rotate perfectly, find the towers fast. Gabby has to be ready to shift between farm and push. Right? That's what we saw from In Your Dream last time. He'd come out, shove a wave, take a tower, go back in the jungle. He'd come out at the right times. Gabby needs to get that movement out here as well for TNC to take it. Still rather unfortunate that they didn't mark their team, but it's fine. Like, their names are tagged up, as you mentioned. But I would still give... I give Team Dog an edge. It's just Afu, Earth Spirit, Abed, Storm. Those are really scary heroes. And I think leaving them in the pool, TNC might be confident, but Team Dog can definitely make something happen with those pickups.
No, I can certainly agree with that, John. We are going to have a quick pause out, as it does look like Febby has disconnected from the game.
For your team,
excuse me, Febby. No, not Febby. It was actually Paulson. I'm just so used to seeing Febby play Enchantress now.
Wait, it was Armel who paused. That's why Armel's like, pause for your team, Ice. Ice.
Hey, Ice is going to EG. He doesn't care anymore. He's all good.
You know what? I read in chat, and I forgot to mention this. This is basically EG with 3 standards.
Right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Southeast Asian EG. That's it. Hey, maybe we get the EG My Pro Dota 10. He asked for it on Facebook.
Speaking of, John, happy birthday to My Pro Dota. How could we forget? We haven't wished him happy birthday the whole tournament. But a big happy birthday to him. I'm sure he's celebrating somewhere, wherever he is. I believe he's still in Thailand right now, but... We can only guess, as it is My Pro. He's a man of the world.
That he is. Still, game number 4. This is strange new territory for us in the best of 5, Mike. We haven't seen this kind of game in almost a year. So we'll see what they can pull out here on TNC's end. Team Dog. They've got these comfort picks, man. Afu, Earth Spirit, Abed, Storm with no instant hex, but there is a silence, so I guess the DP silence is your biggest bit there. But so many comfort picks coming out. You can feel the confidence here from Team Dog going into this, and TNC gonna have to force something early here. Looks like they will scuffle over these runes.
Yeah, they're gonna run into Paulison. Gabby gonna give him the hello. Fu is gonna cop a couple axes, nothing too big. It'll be just fine. They are going to still try and fight this one out. Fu going to try and get the southern bounty rune, but Tim's is going to be there, and Looks like Arfu is going to try for the roll, and he does get the bounty, but this may cost him his life as the arrow does not connect. He's still going to take a lot of damage out here. Gabby cutting him off from the other side, but Arfu is going to be able to survive in the end. And it looks like he is just going to buy a salve straight off the bat and bring that out on the courier. He does not intend on making the run back to the fountain.
No, and that's perfectly fine. He wants to disrupt this lane, maybe get a pull going as well, just to ensure that Ice has the smooth start. We're not seeing the full creep wave deny, although it looks like he has held long enough that he's probably going to get the range creep as well. So Ice is off to that start he'd like. Of course, when you stack your creeps like this and you've got summons, Febby on the Elder Titan's going to have a good time with his Spirit Harassment, so you will have to watch out for his Stapler hits. 41 damage. And Arfu just gets blocked, and he's going to cop some hits here.
As far as Ice is concerned, that's our first problem, John. He's Ice. He's perfectly fine with this. It's like, I'm not getting hit by the Elder Titan. What's the problem? I'm fine. We'll have a look at the other lanes while we still have a chance. Of course, mid lane, Arbed and Armel going to be up against each other for the 4th time today. Armel, we talked about it in the drafting phase, but he should have the hero advantage with the DP up against the Storm. We did say that last game with the laner as well, though, and that's kind of the thing, right? He did win out the lane initially, but then Arbed just did Arbed things and caught up. So we'll see if Armel can get a massive advantage this time around, or whether it's going to be a bit of a similar story. And while I was talking about that, top lane, Tims almost goes down, but eats a Fairy Fire and does survive. Does get a salve out on the courier now, and will be able to just heal himself up. But back to the mid lane matchup, John. Do you think Armel can apply enough pressure here onto Arbed?
Well, he's got to be on point with his Spirit Siphon usage. He can clear out the wave fairly consistently with Crypt Swarm, but you have to watch out for when Arbed closes the gap and tries to throw off some of his remnants and gets a right click off. He isn't quite safe as his bottle's not quite there, but Arbed does have it already in, so regen's not an issue. Boils down to power rune control. 4-minute mark going to be big for both sides. You would want TNC to pay respect to the fact that the Storm is going to need it a lot more and throw the supports out. You do have the side lane supports there. I mean, you've got Tims on his Mirana up top, right? That can alleviate some of that pressure. Of course, speaking of Tims on that Mirana, they have had a bit of a harder time. Like, Tims cops so much harassment out from Paulson this time around, is forced to TP home now. But they're doing their job. In Your Dreams, not finding that free farm we saw from game 1. 9-2 so far. You mentioned it in draft, but both cores not having very smooth times in terms of finding last hits. KP and Ice are just really annoying on their heroes.
And that's the thing, right? The thing is, though, when you look at the actual heroes themselves, the way I'm kind of looking at this is, if the Pons 3s are going to get so much priority in their lanes, do you prefer the Unlord or do you prefer the Enigma? And just judging by last game, the way Ice played his Enigma, I'd say it's still going to be quite worrying for TNC if Ice is going to have a very free game on the Enigma. That being said, right now he's not. He's 10-10, has been focusing a lot on those denies, doing a great job of it. You are going to see KP just pulling slightly ahead in terms of those off-laners right now. I suppose that should probably keep up for quite a while because it's Underlord. That's kind of what Underlord does.
Yeah, it's just a much more consistent wave clear with a Firestorm. Ice is, again, as you mentioned, focusing on this denies. Gabby is also sort of focusing on denies. He has 9 himself. So overall, our cores aren't falling too far behind as well. In Your Dreams, keeping up with 16 last hits. We are reaching those 4-minute power runes, though, and Abed's not lucky. He's down bot, but it is up top. So Armel's going to have a little edge here, and that could hurt Abed if he stays in this lane too long.
He's going to stick around for now, but Armel definitely going to get aggressive, having that power rune up on himself. Abed probably not going to die here, but he is going to take a fair bit of damage. Does have a TP coming in to fill up his bottle thanks to Arfu. In fact, they didn't fill up the bottle, they just gave him a salve. Arfu probably just wasn't at the fountain at the time to get the fountain buff. Does give a salve over, and that's just as good for Arbed.
Yeah, you are seeing Armel pull ahead in this lane though. 24-9, Abed not too far behind at 21-0, but I believe you have to count a couple of jungle creeps in there. So definitely a better start for Armel. This is what you'd want to see from the DP. Should have a smooth ride into level 6, where he might commit for the Exorcism, and that's going to be an important timing for him.
Febby might be first blood. Arfu, the one to take it this time around on the Earth Spirit. I thought he may just want to give it over to Ice Ice Ice, but as the Earth Spirit, John, if you get this kind of first blood gold, you are very, very happy. It really sets you up for a nice game. Meanwhile, top lane KP is going to be forced to TP back towards his own fountain. But yeah, back to the Arfu Earth Spirit. I think he's going to be very excited with this bonus gold that just came in. Might even just go for a very quick earn.
I mean, he's got the initial gold to start off with if he wanted to go for it. And he's already active on the map. He's just not scared of TPing down mid to help out Abed. He knows the hero he's got to babysit here, got to ensure that smooth start. A really interesting ward here from TNC. In that ramp, hidden away, tucked away nicely, so they will be able to spot when Abed farms. That does mean Tims can go contest if he wanted to, but Paulson's there to cut him off.
And he is. Still fighting over these 6-minute power runes. Tims is going to get lucky with the haste. He's going to try and hold on to it. In fact, never mind. He'll just take it as Armel wants to go for a kill attempt. They'll ignore Arbed and go after Paulson. It's going to be a very nice arrow coming in from Tims. Armel will be able to finish off the kill with the Crypt Swarm. Into the mid lane. Stomp is out. Arbed does not have 6 yet. But they don't have the arrow follow-up from Tims. It was on cooldown, and he was out of mana anyway. So TNC going to be able to go after that valuable Storm kill, but they're still going to be very happy with what they got.
Yeah, and they're pulling ahead in that word slightly. 1k lead coming out here. You're seeing Gabby really pull ahead in his bot lane now. He's been pretty much left alone in comparison to what In Your Dream's copying up top. His Blade Mail timing still not going to be too rough, but the Battle Fury timing for Gabby is going to be on point. So that's something for Team Dog to have to consider. Ice 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 in this lane, he's just focused on farm, and he has pretty much just allowed Gabby to find equal amounts of farm, so you are giving the troll a bit of a smooth start here if you're not careful on Team Dog's end.
Yeah, it definitely is a great start here for Gabby. Malefic's going to come out. Not going to do too much, just going to be annoying for this troll warlord. He's still going to stick around happily, just making sure Ice 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 can't start forcing in the bot tier 1 tower again. Top lane, we are going to have a rotation out from Armel, and he does have that ultimate available, so he might be just ready to go for that top tier 1 tower. And if they can get this top tier 1 and not allow the bottom tier 1 to go down, they are going to be feeling very, very good in terms of objectives. That being said, Ice is still set up there with Arfu to try and make that tier 1 bot tower push happen. Looks like In Your Dream is also going to stick around at the top tier 1. This could cost him his life. He does get caught by a rogue arrow, but looks like Tims has already left the top lane anyway.
Oh, what? Ooh,
what happened, John?
He got rooted twice in a row.
Oh.
Just really unlucky with a double damage in Gabi. If he got a third one in a row, that would just be very bad luck and a very dead Ovid.
Luckily for him, Gabby didn't have the battle trance off called, didn't have the mana for it, so he couldn't really just secure the kill, I guess. His bot lane, In Your Dream, joining in there with Ice Ice Ice, is going to be able to get the tier 1 tower, and now they want to go after KP. They have that black hole, and they might just commit it, but Febby is there to cancel if need be. He'll pop the Astral Spirit down into the Stomp. KP now with no mana. He's just going to run, but Febby is going to go after the Spectre. It's not quite enough damage, though, but KP is going to walk out safe. I say that, the Malefice is there. Meanwhile, Gabby dies mid lane to Arbed, and KP is going to be fine. And Gabby, very far forward in the mid lane, does eventually get taken out by the Storm Spirit.
That's a big kill for Team Dog to find. They needed to slow down Gabby. They do somehow catch him out down mid. Abed gets to pick up the kill as well, so he bounces back a bit in that storm. You still have a slight lead here for TNC at around 1k. Most of that is riding on Armel, but you are still getting some gold out here on the side of Team Dog, although In Your Dream is fairly far forward. Has to be a bit careful. Blade Mail is flying out, so you can find steady farm, and pings are coming out from Gabby, but there's no backup for Ice Ice Ice.
He's playing this Enigma so well. Just such an annoying kind of hero. Any hero you give Ice Ice Ice, he's just going to annoy the hell out of the enemy. Gabby, he's still farming great on the troll. It's like Ice just won't leave him alone. He's going to start working towards that mech again. Just the standard kind of build up on the Enigma. He is going to require In Your Dream to get a bit more farm up on this Spectre, but now he has the Blade Mail up, which means he is set to escalate. Of course, Abed on the Storm is just behind In Your Dream in net worth. The unspoken hero of TNC, though, is going to be Armel on the DP, who is very close to picking up that Yule Scepter. Obviously helped out in getting that top tier 1 tower, and now poor old Arfu is going to roll into an invisible target. He's going to try and make the run, but Tims is going to chase him down. They have the silence, but the arrow does not connect, but the Crypt Swarm will from Armel. They get another nice little pick off there for the DP, and now a quick Moonlight Shadow out. As bot lane, KP is going to try and make the jump onto Ice. Ice is going to go for the TP. The stop is not going to make it in time. Nice quick thinking there with that TP is going to be just fine to get out.
Yep, just managing to again stall some movement out of duel.
Yeah, Battle Trance, he wanted that ensnare. He does not get lucky though. He just needed that one initial ensnare onto Abed, but the game would not give it to him.
Yeah, just not finding it this time around. Abed, of course, playing on the edge as well, in trying to just find his farm. Overall, both teams just trying to maximize their farm efficiency right now. You are giving some space out to In Your Dream, clearing out the stacks as you'd expect with the Blade Mail. Of course, Ice is just trying to work that bot lane and help In Your Dream as well. Because of the shared farming space, though, that does mean Ice's timings is not going to be as hot, mainly because In Your Dream doesn't flash farm as fast as the troll with Battle Fury. Speaking of that troll, Gabby, still waiting for his Perseverance to be out, so he's not farming as fast as he'd want as well, but Team Dog have smoked up this tree.
Gonna try and make something happen. They're not bringing Ice along, so they don't have the black hole anyway, but it was up in 5. Instead, they spun out Thebby, and they're just gonna go for the easy pickoff onto the Elder Titan, but Armel is gonna be right behind them. Thebby is gonna die, now the Horn Tin. They want to try for Armel, it seems. In Your Dream does come in. Potentially just leaves it. Doesn't bother sticking around. Does actually haunt back to the bot lane. It's just the last second, it seems. And well, it's only going to be one kill coming out here for Team Dog. Armel pulls up. Arrow is going to be there, perfectly timed onto Abed, and that's a massive pick. Great combo there from Armel and Tims. It does definitely pay off when you get that Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and that's a good Yule's reveal from Armel, ensuring that Abed now is going to have to be a bit wary. The Yule into Silence is very, very potent, the Yule into Arrow as well, and that does mean he can't be as offensive as he'd like to be. There's a smoke now here as well from TNC. They want to keep going.
But they do. So, roll away, but he kind of rolls into them. KP going to come from the side, gets the Pit of Malice off, and now he's got the stop, but it's not going to be quite enough. In fact, Abed is going to zip back in after Armel. The Dark Rift immediately coming out from KP to ensure they get out safely. Phil wants to kick away, but he can't get it. But Febby was left behind. I don't think they realize he's there, as the Moonlight Shadow is still active. Febby is just going to stick around for a nice quick stomp out. Doesn't connect on Abed anyway. Still a nice Dark Rift away from KP. Going to ensure that Armel is going to remain safe.
Yeah, it's a good play. It stalls out some time. It's time In Your Dream and Gabby are using the farm equally, although you are seeing Gabby really start to pull ahead even without that Battle Fury. Just much faster going through the camps, and he does finish the Battle Fury anyway, as I say that. So farm acceleration going to kick up here for Gabby. You need to kind of make In Your Dream work, although
Pit of Malice is going to catch him out a second time, but they have the arrow follow-up anyway. And Arthur going to be the second unfortunate victim of that Yule's arrow combination. Out from Armel and Tims. Pollison may get caught. KP. Oh, nice Pit of Malice just on the edge there on Pollison. It's not going to be long enough, but maybe if this arrow connects, it would have been, but they will not connect it. Still, it looks like TNC have found a double stack in the jungle. They'll happily just give that over to KP. Be more than happy to take that off the hands of Team Dog. Hollis is still playing with fire here. Stomp does connect. Arrow is going to be there to follow up, and that is a dead enchantment.
Pretty nice pickups there for TNC. Not the biggest targets to go for, but they have cleared out the top jungle. They've taken a couple of freebies as well, and are forcing Team Dog to play a bit more passively. There is a smoke out now from Team Dog, though, but the enemy team is on the opposite side, so it doesn't look like they'll be able to find anything beyond some creeps, and Abed just starts farming up. So not going to amount to much. They have this blink up on Ice Ice Ice. This is interesting. He rushes the blink first, doesn't really have his mech up, doesn't even have the BKB up as well. So a different approach for Ice 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 in this game. We'll see if he can maximize that blink. This does mean he wants to be offensive with the black holes.
Yeah, I think what the idea is they've noticed that TNC has hit a pretty decent timing. Like, you look at the top net worth right now, and it is Armel, just very closely followed by Gabby. And it does feel as though Team Dog are lacking the team fight. So it doesn't seem like a very easy game for the Enigma this game around. So I don't actually disagree with Ice going for that blink this time. I think it is probably the way to go to try and force the game going back your way. And of course, unlike last game, it's much more about the Spectre, right, over the Enigma.
Yeah, it's all about getting that farm in your dream. It's kind of stalled out since the Blade Mail does have his Yasha up, but he's at least maintaining a small gap between Gabby. So Gabby, even with the Battle Fury, isn't pulling ahead in a massive amount. Currently just about 400 gold up, which is still manageable for the Spectre. The big issue right now for Team Dog is that you need farm in your Spectre, and you need farm in your Storm, and you need farm in the Enigma. Your Enigma is going to be caught the short end of that stick, but even Abed's not having a fantastic run here. Only has the Kaya, still saving up for the Bloodstone, and beyond that, I think he's going to need a BKB this game for sure.
Absolutely. Abed hiding in the trees. Febby would have loved to spot him out there, but he's not going to be able to see him, and Abed will zip away. Like, Ice does want to finish off the BKB before they get started with that blink. Just picks it up preemptively to make sure if they need it, they have it.
Oh. They're smoked up and they see Gabby.
Be a big pick off. Roll in is going to be there, and they just zip straight in with Abed and In Your Dream. No wasting any time. That'll be it. In Your Dream. Gonna horn back into the mid lane now, back onto Armel and just run away. And that is a very big pick off to get, especially when you consider how close the position ones are right now. It's going to allow In Your Dream to actually overtake Gabby in terms of net worth for the first time this game. They might even get this mid tower, as now zip in once again from Abed is going to be on to KB. They do kill off Polison. KB trying to run. Abed doesn't really have the damage output even with the DD rune. Instead, they'll try into Febby. In Your Dream still just moving forward, but Febby's still alive. Eventually, In Your Dream will be able to kill him off, but now Armel coming in. Does have the Spirit Siphon, and they might get this Spectre, and will. In Your Dream going a bit too far forward. And Abed seemed to have the right idea there by backing off, but the other two did not get the memo. And TNC, they're rushing for the Roshan pit now.
It's going to be a really easy rush to take. They've got the Exorcism pop here from Armel. They know there's no haunt. They know there's no black hole. It's super safe to go for this objective. Team Dog, you've got to reel in that aggression a bit. You've got the Spectre. You need to play the slow game, or at least match the pace of TNC. They overextend, and now they're going to be punished for it. Ice did spot out the movement, but he can't really do much. So Gabby's got a second life, and all of a sudden, even if he was picked off in the jungle, he is back ahead on top of In Your Dream. And they do have a much more significant lead now here in TNC. 2K now, so a clear lead going the way of the Radiant. And Team Dog, well, they've got to play this waiting game. They need to wait for Abed to be big. They need to wait for In Your Dream to be big. But TNC are not going to allow them to wait in peace.
No, they are not. TNC, they're doing a great job this game. 3K net worth lead. With this draft, you still have timings to hit. You don't want to slow down too much. Just going to keep it up. Once the SNY is up on Gabby, they'll probably just keep going. In fact, they'll just keep going now with the Moonlight Shadow. Ice going to be spotted out by Gabby, and that's going to be a very valuable kill. Gabby has very nice damage on that troll right now. They will take Tims with the Starfall to get the kill, but it won't matter. As long as they get the kill, they're happy. This Spectre, it still just needs so much more time to be up and online. At least they'll have the Manta up soon, but They couldn't ask for it any sooner as now Gabby's coming back in. Baby. Love a stomp out on In Your Dream. Like his Astral Spirit is not really going to be able to reach anyway. Now going to be forced to just back out and try to find another opportunity when they get the chance.
Okay. They are using this map a lot more efficiently though on the side of TNC. They have built up a good amount now. You've got the SNY running on Gabby, and he is #1 net worth now. So definitely pulling ahead here on the side of TNC. Team Dog, it does feel greedy. Like this Tricore is just so greedy. They need to play the long game. I'd say they might want to wait 10 minutes. The 30-minute mark is when you'd probably be cleaned up here, finished up on Ice and on Abed especially, and In Your Dream. Abed does get enough space to clear a tier 2, so they get some nice gold. But he is playing with fire.
Oh, In Your Dream, they spotted out the Spectre, but the slow's not going to be there. Still Armel does get the Yule Scepter off. In Your Dream trying to run. He's been stomped up. Tim's jumps in. The Earth Spitter's going to be there. He pops the Blade Mail, barely avoiding it, but it is not going to be enough. He does go down. That's a massive pick-off for TNC now as they go after Polison as well. Gabby wants the last hit, gets the last hit. 4K net worth lead, a very valuable pick-off. Can TNC go after an objective? It looks like the mid-tier 2 tower is going to be that objective.
They're going to be able to find it. In Your Dream is unfortunately positioned there. Abed does have his Bloodstone almost ready to go, and it is up. So your Storm has a little bit more regen, more presence in these fights, but he still has issues being controlled up. The Ults into Silence, the Ults into Arrow is still going to be a massive issue. That just means you might want to wait for the BKB to be up on Abed before you make any sort of committal. Ice as well still lacks the gold for the recipe. So there's a lot more waiting to do here. And TNC, you're seeing the effect of their push strat. Gabby melts towers with not much committal at all. And you get to pocket that Exorcism for a big fight.
Absolutely. With that, Tier 1 bot tower does go down. Still just being very patient here, TNC. Not in too much of a rush. They're happy to just wait it out a little bit. Don't give any kind of opportunity away to Team Dog, as one mistake could mean the end of this game for them if they're not careful. You are still versing a Spectre after all. But speaking of that Spectre, they may run into her now as Gabby with the Moonlight Shadow is going to spot him out. They are moving up towards the north where they did also see Ice on the Enigma. Ice in the tree line, but Gabby, he can smell him. TP away, Gabby, can you get lucky? Oh, the first hit and snare comes out. Disgusting. First hit in snare. What are the chances again? Was it like 20% chance? 1 out of 5 chance to connect it, and he does.
1 out of 5 times. It works every time, Mike.
True.
Still, Gabby can be very pleased with himself. They are still finding a lot off the map here. They're stalling out Ice's BKB. He's just not really comfy now doing anything. He's just trying to use the dead lane as much as possible, giving space towards Abed, giving space towards In Your Dream. He's still saving up for the Scotty on In Your Dream. Still a long ways off. Not even close. Abed as well. BKB can be queued up. Only has enough for the Ogre Axe. Nothing else. Progression has slowed down. And they really just aren't as efficient right now as TNC. They just can't work the map. They've lost control of their top jungle. They only really have the triangle that's safe. Every other spot is a risk right now. And this is surprising. We were hyping up the Afu Earth Spirit, but he hasn't been able to get as much aggression past that laning phase. And that is kind of costing him here.
Abed? That was a very dangerous zip. I thought he was trying to go for a TP out. Abed! I believe he misclicked. I'm pretty sure he wanted a zip TP.
Gabby's calling him he's a busted head. He's crazy, and Abed says he was sleepy. He fell asleep, apparently. Abed actually fell asleep while hitting that, so maybe he needs a monster.
True. Someone get Abed a monster. ASAP. They're in game 4 of a grand final and Abed's falling asleep.
Zips in, walks up to the fountain.
Brings you back. He just following what Anna does, John. That's what he's doing. He's following the Anna strategy, just trying to fall asleep in the middle of a grand final.
That's right. Still, he stalled out long enough. Ice has his BKB, so Black Hole BKB in play could be the turnaround for Team Dog if they find her angle.
The prize is mine.
Will they, though?
Over here now.
They aren't 100% confident in going in. They are just grouped around in your dream. Trying to go for the Skadi. It's going to be a while off, but he can at least afford an ultimate orb. Meanwhile, Gabby, Basher into BKB. He's going to be feeling very confident once that BKB's up. Of course, the Bloodstone that was picked up on Armel just helps him have even more sustain in these team fights. Whether they're getting enough off the map with this Troll DP is another question entirely, but it does feel as though they are, and they might even find another Spectre kill. In your dream, we'll pop the Manta and just run.
It's a cautious game from both sides. TNC, they know they're ahead. They don't, as you mentioned, they don't want to give any openings, so they're just taking it slow. We'll see the next Roche respawn in about 17 seconds. Once we know that timing, that is probably what TNC is going to eye for next. Now, it is riskier to take that Roche. You've got the BKB on ice for the Black Hole. You've even got a BKB on Afu. Again, stalling out to get their pause forwards in a spot where they can make something happen. And that should allow some angles here for Afu. It is a long Roche as well, full 3-minute respawn. So it's on the longer side, and that just means TNC gets to farm for 3 more minutes.
He's going to be able to farm up the Eye of Skadi pretty darn quick at this rate on the Spectre. Going to be a very nice feeling. Just remain as 5, grouped up, going into the Radiant jungle. Everyone being very, very cautious about their positioning as they will try for the outpost take. It's like Arfu's going to be able to sneak that one away. TNC, they're just happy hanging out in their triangle. I believe they are both just waiting for the next Roshan. Unfortunately for TNC, it is still going to be another 2 minutes, so it is a long timer. They aren't really going to be able to get a quick Roshan while they have this big advantage.
Yeah, just a patience game for both sides. Is allowing some catch-up, but the gap is growing wider here for TNC. 9k up now. I have to say, I appreciate that In Your Dream still holds on to this shared tango. It's like he treasures it. It's a gift from Ice. Just keeps it in the backpack.
Can't just
That's a
throw
good
it out,
luck charm.
Yeah, it is a good luck charm. Very nice stuff. Everyone else just, you know, back to fun. I mean, they don't have the same thing on TNC, obviously. Gabby's a man of business right now. I don't need to waste any slots. I've got too much farm going on.
He's got this branch. So,
is it someone else's branch, though, John?
It looks like his branch, unfortunately.
Guarantees a good game, though.
That's true.
One positive.
They do smoke out here from Dog. They scanned out the Roche, but there's no Roche, and it does pop out, so... not sure if the smoke will lead to anything here.
Well, Fu's going to casually roll in. Could go after the courier if he wants, but the smoke hasn't broken yet. So they might be able to still get something out of this. But the problem is TNC is continuously just holding this high ground on the Radiant Triangle. And you just can't go up that high ground without risking your whole team getting wiped out. They haven't got the vision there either, so it's very, very tough to go up there. Because you can haunt for vision, but it's not how you want to use it.
Nah. Really awkward sentry ward drop there from Afu as well. It was spotted out. So they knew someone was smoked up, which meant that TNC was just going to group up and wait for something to pass, and they are moonlit up now.
They are underneath the sentry ward, though. It's going to make it a little bit hard to initiate here for KB, but he does block off that pathway. Almost daring them to try and come in after him as he goes for the outpost now. They do jump in now with the Midnight Pulse just trying to burst down the Unlord on KB. is going to go down, and perhaps they overestimated how strong they were as the black hole now comes down. Oh, Gabby, he ran into the black hole. He will be all right. Armel does die. However, Gabby's going to have to try and fight this one out for the team. They will go after Arfu and take down the Earth Spirit. On to In Your Dream. He pops the Blade Mail, but it is going to be nowhere near enough. So much damage on the Troll Warlord right now. They brought back on KP as Arbet. That's a very cheeky zip TP, sir. Very, very cheeky indeed, and he did not get the bounty he wanted.
Oh boy. It's a costly fight to lose. They got impatient, the Roche responds. Second Roche of the game, looking like it will go the way of TNC. No black hole here to interrupt. Ice is keeping eyes though. So they know the Roche is going. Maybe we see Abba try to zip. He's sort of close by. Could try for a steal, but it is risky.
Korea's coming in. Don't be worried about this. And it looks like they got the Aegis on Gabby. The cheese was on Polison's Courier. So Polison gets something.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's a consolation prize for Team Dog, so they could just hand that to Abed. Once the courier respawns, can be nice on your Storm. He is inching closer towards his BKB as well, Abed, and once you've got that, I think it will fix a lot of your issues in going into these fights. You are still facing up against an 8k deficit. Gabby is going to find your stacks as well. So the farm on this troll just grows bigger and bigger. Very close towards picking up that Abyssal as well. In fact, it's done.
There it
So
is.
Troll Abyssal, it's ready. He's just ready to rip through. And Team Dog still don't have a clear answer. They got a good black hole. Wasn't enough there.
No, it was not. I mean, you say good black hole. It landed on one and Gabby ran into it. I don't know. I feel like you need a much bigger black hole than that to turn this game around, for now at least. Like Arbed's sipping across the map again. He's going to TP back to the fountain. In Your Dream is being bodyguarded by our Fu right now. Make sure that nobody can go after the Spectre without his permission. I gotta say, I mean, Gabby's Troll, even at this stage of the game, up against the Spectre, he seems to be hitting so darn hard. It just doesn't feel like the Spectre's as big of a late game powerhouse as bot lane Polison. He's gonna get caught out by Armel and Tims, and very slowly but surely will die, and does. Nice little pick up there for Armel.
Yeah, they did manage to force the BKB out from Gabby with the zip around of Abed, and he does hand the tip over to Gabby. That's, they waste the charge in exchange for the support. Not a good monetary trade, but certainly helps them find some angles as the charge is going down. I think the issue here, when you're pointing out with In Your Dream feeling squishy, he doesn't have enough items. The gap between In Your Dream and Gabby is about 6k gold. That's one major item that Gabby has that you don't have in Your Dream. He also is lagging behind in levels. He's level 20 on the spec, which is nice, but Gabby's at level 23. So there's a major gap in EXP spikes, and it just makes it a lot easier to manage the Spectre.
Just holding down that Spectre right now as we were speaking there, John, but they aren't going to make the jump in. Back to that die triangle, back to just farming up a little bit, but TNC eventually will pop that smoke. Aeon Disc now even up onto KP to make sure he kind of has his own secondary life, making it that much harder to go through the Underlord. Armel will go up to the top lane, trying to scout out if he can find someone there, but nobody's going to be around that tree line. Crypt Swarm is such a low cooldown. 1.8 seconds.
Yep, that's the with the level 20 talent and the quickening charm. Yeah, that's a it's like a machine gun.
It's a little bit silly, John. I'm not gonna lie. How often you can spam this? I guess it's not that powerful. It's very good at D push though.
It's pretty funny to watch. Either way, it's just constantly shoving it out. Look at those free creeps from the Eidolons. ISSI's got microed them and will pull them back, but you are facing issues here still for Team Dog. Triangle's invaded, your jungle's still not the safest. Gabby's got a DD.
Gabby They roll in, Arfu, kickback is nice onto the high ground. They could get through the Aegis, but no, the BKB out from Gabby is going to ensure he denies them that right into Arfu now. He's been rooted up. Tim's not going to go for the arrow. We'll wait out the BKB of Arfu. Close call there for Gabby. He could have lost that secondary life, but it's not going to be the case. Just nice plays out from TNC. They just continue dominating the map. Just a very, very slow game, but the longer this goes on, the more farm Gabby and Armel get. No reason to rush for them.
Yeah, they're just able to build up at a really good pace. At the least, Team Dog does have this BKB up on Abed. He's saving up for his Ags next. So once you have this AoE Vortex, things become a lot better for Team Dog. And you start to line up towards that late game vision you have with these heroes. I think the one boon for Team Dog is that their tier 3 stand. They haven't been under any pressure yet for the tier 3, so TNC haven't managed to really eke out anything with his Aegis as it does on Gabby. But Gabby, for his part, is saving up for the Silver Edge. So you're going to have the break to deal with a Spectre. In Your Dream is not going to be reflecting as much damage as he'd want, as he'd reflect no damage with Dispersion broken off. So you've got to watch those timings that Gabby's going to be picking up. And he is still under no threat. He's just left alone. Does pick up the Reaver first, so maybe going for a, I don't know, Satanic first, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like it. Flying out. There it is.
Very nice. The Solar Crest now even up on Tim's, just making it that much harder to get through the life of Gabby. Almost sounds like a movie. In Your Dream. Such a slow process now for the Spectre. He is holding on to 4.2k. Has to use the Manta to dodge out that arrow coming in from Tim's. While we're waiting, by the way, John, how are you feeling in that Barong right now? Because it's been quite a while.
Yeah. It's all right.
You feeling the heat, sir?
It's okay. It's actually not too bad. It's a cool night. In the afternoon, it was rather warm.
Right.
But now it's all right. It's chill. It's chilly. How are you doing, Santa?
It's a very hot night tonight, John. I'm dedicated, is all I can say. Moonlight Shadow is out. TNC, they want to try and find a pick-off for themselves. They are not running towards any hero, though, so this Moonlight is going to be more of a let's relocate to the left side of the map and take over the other side of the jungle. We'll give their triangle back for a bit. So there's no creeps there anyway. However, In Your Dream, nice, going to jump in. Black Hole is going to be there. They're trying to burst down Gabby, but he got the BKB off in time. I don't think they have enough. Gabby's going to turn around now with the Abyssal Blade. Back on Ice. He'll get one. And now, well, the Spectre, she really is not that tanky, John. In Your Dream's going to die. Polison's gone as well. Arfu tries to roll in onto Tim's, but that was not the idea. They will lose a fourth hero. The only person left was Arbed. But the buybacks do fly out. The whole team had buybacks ready to go. In Your Dream, the only one to not buy back yet. They don't have Black Hole though. How do you defend this? Arfu, he's going to kick Gabby back. The Vortex out from Arbed. Maybe they get Gabby. And they do. The Dire, the one to claim the killer's Arbed. He gets another. Onto Tim's now. They need everything they can get. They'll go on to Tim's Mirana. They will get him as well.
Woo.
And overall, I mean, you had to commit, I believe it was 3 buybacks on the side of Team Dog. But that's the first real team fight they've won in about 30 minutes. So I'd say you're maybe happy about that.
You're definitely happy. You managed to get some good punishment out. Finally killing off Gabby just makes that swing pretty worthwhile. You are down buybacks. You can see because of the buybacks flying in as well, the gap has widened to 22k. Really, I mean, that felt really hasty from Ice. Like he was getting itchy fingers from sitting around. It does cost them, but I guess they salvaged the situation. They could find this last tier 1 up top, but the Fortify does pop in. They've got some space to farm up their tier 4 items, which is the big one. As if they didn't find those kills, they'd be stuck in your base. So they do find at least that coming in. In Your Dream has, what's he queuing up? He's got the Sacred Relic queued up. It looks like a Nullifier is going to be the name of the game here for a spec. We'll see if it does pay off. but he's still feeling really squishy. This is a level 23 Spectre. Not many items flying in, just the Scotty Manta plus Blade Mail. Progression sort of stalled out. So we're going to have to see something pay off here. Abed is about 50 gold off his Ags. So once you have this Ags up, Abed
got
should
it.
be able to get control there. Yeah, it's flying out now. Now he just needs to not die as he has no buyback.
That's very true. It seems like they're going to have time to farm up that buyback, or I say that. Roshan is up in 10 seconds, so maybe he doesn't. However, you've got a double black hole on Ice Ice Ice. You've got the mini black hole on Arbed now. So a lot of things to be very worried about if you are TNC. And even though you've got this 19k net worth lead, you lose another team fight. I can almost guarantee that's going to be halved straight away. Still TNC, they're going to get started on the Roshan. They want to try and rush this ASAP. Smoke will be popped around Gabby. Team Dog, it looks like they're not even going to bother trying and contest this. They are going to just go for those tier 4 items while they can and maybe farm up those buybacks. That is going to be an Aghanim's Blessing though, that will go to Armel. Happily take that for himself. But look at this, John. Arbed, he got a timeless relic now. So
Yep.
everything lining up very nicely.
Oh. Yeah, he was playing poke with Gabby as well, but this does mean so much more value with that Ags pickup. Gonna have to see if the impact's gonna be there as Moonlight Shadow's out from TNC and they are hungry for blood now.
That they are. Even in your dream with that Penta-edged sword up on the Spectre, going to be feeling quite nice. Moonlight Shadow from TNC, not really going to find anything, but well, now for TNC, it's a matter of what you do this game. It feels like the game has become infinitely harder with that Refresher Orb on Ice and with the Ags on Arbed. It's basically how they lost game number 3. They're going to Dark Rift up towards the top lane, and it looks like they might be ready to try and make a high ground push happen with this Aegis. With the Axe Blessing on the DP. However, Arthur rolling in. It looks like they can go on to Armel. The Black Hole going to be committed. Armel, he's just going to die. Gabby is there with the Abyssal Blade after Ice Ice Ice. Another Black Hole going to come out, though. It's not going to be enough. Gabby does take him out onto In Your Dream. They get the Spectre as well. No buybacks, but Arbed comes in for a Vortex, but they don't have the damage output. Arthur going to keep the Magnetize going. Bebby dropping low, but he is going to be okay. Back to the fountain for him. Meanwhile, Arthur is caught out now by Armel and is going to die. And everything is going to be just fine for the side of TNC, is now with 3 heroes down with that buyback. They should be able to get Megas up and probably just finish the game off, and they are. They're going to try. It's going to be a very hard defense with just your Storm. He's going to go for the creep wave in the backlines, but he's been caught out. Arrow does connect. The tips do also come out. A Divine brought out by Gabby, but the GG's been called. Arbed's had enough of Game 4, and we are officially, for the first time in BTS Pro Series history, going to a Game 5.
Took 4 seasons, Mike, but that coveted Game 5 makes it its appearance. TNC grabbing this one away from the side of Team Dog. Team Dog, they had a comfort pick for Abed. They had a comfort pick for Afu. It wasn't enough. They went back to the Spectre for In Your Dream. He couldn't find a farm he wanted. He had a very hard lane up against KP's Underlord, and he pays the price. Couldn't keep up with the farming game that Gabby was bringing out. So TNC do draw it out 4-4. Should lead for an exciting closer here. The night's growing late, and Abed was getting sleepy. We'll see how that time affects these teams.
Absolutely. 1 game away. Either team could take this grand final. It is going to be a bit of a short break, of course, 10 minutes before we get on to our final game of this best of 5 grand final. But it's MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon for our 5th and final game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for our final game of this best of 5 grand final between Team Dog and TNC Predator. It's MLP Dota and John X5 once again, John. I do indeed need to wear this costume one last time. But I am dedicated, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. Game 5! The mythical Game 5 makes its appearance after 4 seasons. Finally do make it all the way till the end. Team Dog, TNC, really closely matched here. Of course, TNC did manage to pull off the last game. A few missteps there from Team Dog, especially in Abed. Just surprising. Especially that play on the bot lane where he zipped along, didn't realize his TP was in cooldown. Was even called out by Gabby for doing that. So
He was sleepy, John.
he's living up to the name of it. He's looking for a bed right now. It is getting slightly late. They've played a long time. Does take a toll. So this is the time where both teams need to shake it off. It's a best of 1. That's all you need to think about. It's a best of 1. Pull out your best. No stops here. We're going to have to see how the draft changes. TNC does get the start with the Tim's Marana, as is standard for them. And it's already a nice time. Team Dog got to think about what they want here. But, of course, with the Tim's Marana, does mean that you're not under any threat for a pause for Shadow Shaman. So they might consider the Storm down the line here as well. Although, maybe you need to pick something less intensive for Abed if he's feeling a bit sleepy there.
5 seconds.
We'll see. I have a feeling they won't be going back towards the Spectre, as it did feel very, very weak that game, I've got to say. Instead, they start off with an Ogre Magi to get things started here for Team Dog. So very, very different. We haven't seen this at all today. I think the Ogre is still quite powerful in and of its own right, especially with the, Bloodlust is always kind of just good. The Shards upgrade is kind of interesting. You get that Flame Shield or whatever, the Flame Guard, whatever they call it. I don't think it's really worth getting, per se, in a pro game, but it definitely is quite interesting. It does block out a fair bit of damage. So you never know. Maybe if they're feeling a bit feisty, they will go into the Shards and see how they can make that work out. TNC, though, back to their own pick. Just judging by how they've been drafting, they have been kind of going for the support duo in the first 2 picks. So you'd imagine this should be the Febby hero coming out. He won't have the Titan, nor will he have the Undying to go to, but he does have the Enchantress if he wants to play that. Instead, TNC Predator, they do go into the Clockwork, which is something a little bit different.
Definitely is. We haven't seen too much of the clock since the patch. Does come back out here. Looks like Febby is going to play it. Does allow for some setup for your Marana, and of course it is still rather hard to play against in lane. Despite the changes, you've got an interesting shard, which I don't reckon is a direct pickup, especially in a pause 5, but we'll see if Febby will prioritize it. Team Dog, Ogre Magi opening opens up a lot of possibilities. We might even just see the Faces Void pickup straight off the bat for In Your Dream, as you've got this natural steroid in the Ogre Magi. One of the only reasons you pick that up so early, in fact, is to enable a Void pickup to really work. TNC, if the Void does come out, with a Marana Clock, you don't have something like the Venge for swap unless you go Core Venge. You don't have the Oracle for saves or disarms. You don't really have room for the Shaker as well, unless KP wants to play it off, but we haven't seen a Core Shaker in a long time. So Team Dog could easily go into that Faces Void if they want to. That will force TNC to ban Faces Void combinations down the line as well if they do go. But they go with the Troll instead, so going back to the safety net for In Your Dream. Back and forth series, trading that hero around, and whoever picks it up seems to find some success with it.
I mean, you've got to admit the Troll does seem very, very powerful right now. You wouldn't really think Troll into Spectre would be that great, but they made it look easy. That game number 4. Did take them a while to get the job done, but even in game 3, we saw In Your Dream dominating the Troll Warlord as well. So it does indeed appear that this Troll is the secret to success right now in this grand final. That being said, a very early Troll Warlord pick is going to mean that TNC will be able to just kind of figure out whatever they want in that pos 1 role to kind of counter out this Troll a little bit. And I am very curious to see what TNC's idea is here up against that Troll, as they haven't really found the answer towards it yet. But again, I think being this early on is going to probably be... It's probably going to mean a good time for TNC in trying to find an answer.
10 seconds.
I think when it comes to core matchups, there's not much the troll really hates. The one that comes into mind is something like the OD, because you don't have the supports. Shadow Demon would have been nice to counteract. We saw TNC try that last time. The OD is one of the only things that really comes into mind that the troll doesn't enjoy, but OD's changes have made him
disgusting.
really, at least in pubs, terrible, a non-hero. So I don't think it's a feasible option into the troll. You do see TNC respect banning a couple of nice heroes here, the Afu, Earth Spirit, the Abed, Storm Spirit taken out to, I think, the relief of Abed. As again, it does require so much attention. Abed maybe drifting off a bit.
Gotta wake up, John.
You've got to see what, definitely chug some monster down. Just pump it straight into the bloodline there
need.
for Abed. Absolutely, but still, you see the Doom banned out here by Team Dog. So again, taking out one of the potential mid or off lanes for TNC. Got to see what they shape up here. Afu hero probably going to be picked up. No signature Earth Spirit, so options are not as wide as you'd want here for Afu.
No, they are not. Team Dog, third pickup. Probably going to be a position 4 pickup here for Team Dog. I wonder what they are looking towards. They don't have the Earth Spirit this time around, so you can't really give Afu that kind of hero. I mean, there's so many options to take here for Afu. It's just dependent on what he really feels like playing. You'd have to be slightly cautious. Of course, going into the Clockwork Mirana can be slightly painful if you do choose the wrong kind of position 4. But I've got to say, with the Ogre Magi, you're not going to care so much about this this support duo of the TNC Predator. A lot of reserve time being used, but they do go into the Tiny, which we haven't seen a lot of. It does finally pop out.
Yeah, it's a strong, bursty pause 4. Afu has played this a lot, especially in the times we've watched him in China, which was a long time back now. It feels like forever since we've seen that, but Afu can deliver in the Tiny. Solid pause 4 to have. His lane partner is going to be an important one here, so we'll have to see what Ice is going to take along with this. You would want something that can play with the aggression, can play with a repositioning and burst. Tiny does bring out TNC on their part. Do have ample room here. Go into the Brewmaster for KP, so they're pulling out all the stops as well. And KP's got to show up here. He's playing against Ice. Ice is what I consider the Brewmaster King, because of how trolly he is. So we've got to see KP live up to it. Of course, he's already played the Brewmaster today, and we have seen the effect of it. It is highly disruptive. We didn't even get to see the Ags upgrade and the Ags Shard as well. So we'll have to see if KP gets space to build that up. But there's so much potential with his hero, with what he has received in this patch, that it's fairly exciting to see it back here.
No, I would say so, and you've got 2 offlaners that really like that Brewmaster, and I would agree that Ice is more known for the Brewmaster, if anything, but KP is also extremely well known for playing Brewmaster extremely well. Still Team Dog, they'll go into their 4th pickup now. You are still looking for that Arbit hero, which I imagine is going to be the pickup here for the side of Team Dog. He doesn't have the Storm, he doesn't have the Void Spirit. He does have Ember, if he wants to run that over the other spirits. But that's really his only option if we are going down the Spirit route. Of course, he could go into a cheeky Magnus pickup, but that hasn't seemed so popular in the new patch. And he does indeed go back to the Ember Spirit. Just can't get enough of those spirits.
Nope, can't really. It's too addictive. He loves the mobility. He loves playing on the edge. All the spirits are just those kinds of heroes, right? Really rewards good mechanical play. TNC go back into the Morphling here. So again, they just want to find a smooth ride into the win. And Gabby's Morphling is something they've always relied on in the past. So it does come out once more. Makes me wonder if they're going to go for, say, our Mel Morph and the Gabby Wind Ranger to close it out. Potentially there. Team Dog should ban out the Wind Ranger just to be safe, I would say. Don't even bother. Don't even try to have that headache on your hand. Just take it out.
Is there any other combinations you can think of the top of your head with the Morphling for TNC? Because I feel like Team Dog have kind of figured out the Wind Ranger morph already. I'm not sure if Team Dog are that concerned about it. I mean, it's annoying.
Other strong
for sure.
combos. Nothing on hand, really. Like the ET, but you don't have room for it. Other cores that the Morphling would like. Not much. I mean, you could try terribly to give Metamorphosis to yourself, but that sounds pretty darn greedy. You've got magic damage already for Team Dog. So
Yep.
probably not a pickup for TNC. I'd say right now, if they're not going to go for it, maybe something like a Kunkka is in the pool, has not been picked up today for TNC, so Armel must be itching to play his favorite captain. And would be nice. Buffs up your Brewmaster, makes him really tanky, makes him Morphling really tanky. You've got the X to play with up against the Ember. So if
Need
Team
a-
Dog don't ban out the Kunkka, I think it could come in.
I need to correct you there, John. He's not a captain, he's an admiral. Very, very big difference. So
Right.
how dare you? Read up on your lore.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
TNC.
I was just thinking he's a captain of a ship, but he does have a ghost fleet.
Right.
So, yeah.
Admiral of the fleet.
It is Radiant's
Yep.
man.
Bloodseeker does get banned out by TNC, so they are still obviously just focusing in on those Ice heroes. They've left the Enigma there. Now, I don't think Ice is going to want to play it again for a third time, but you never really know. And TNC, they're going to go into an Invoker pickup here for Armel. Something very, very different.
You've got potential here. You've got Hookshot, Cog, Sunstrike potentially coming in. You've got the team fight coming in for your Invoker with the Brewmaster Brewlings causing havoc. You've got that on hand. You've got Alacrity on the Morphling. That's a big one. That should allow your Morphling to really hit like a truck. And we have seen TNT actually play around that combination before. So a solid pickup. Not the one I expected. I feel like the Kunkka might have tied this draft a bit better. We'll have to see how Armel manages the Ember Spirit mid. A lot of back and forth can happen there.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Uh,
it worked once, it failed the second time, and we're going back to it. I suppose up against Gabby's Morphling, maybe he just feels like he can do the exact same thing, which is just deny out a bunch of creeps. I think the Morph should feel maybe slightly safer in being able to secure CS. Gabby is indeed going to be on the safe lane as the Morphling. I don't know, John, 5th game of this grand final. Who do you think has the upper hand with these drafts?
Tricky to say. Like Ice back in the Enigma. This is a comfier game for the troll to really dance around. I would actually give TNC a slight edge. Gabby Morphling coming back, Brewmaster for KP, Tim's Mirana. So many comfort picks coming out here. I think it's really potent for them if they do get the running start. They've got good ways to clear out the Eidolons as well. With Armel, especially once he gets levels up. So the Tornado coming through should be able to melt those summons, give some free farm to Armel. His mid lane matchup against Ember is not too bad as well. We've seen Invokers kind of hang steady there, and it should be an even enough lane. Perhaps Abed will look to get itchy and try to find a kill, but I feel like they are a little bit more stronger here on the side of TNC. So I'm going to have to favor that. I think Gabby Morphling has delivered so many times. You don't quite have anything to stop the regen coming through as well on the side of Team Dog, so that's always going to be a consistent issue.
See how it does pan out. This is the last game of this grand final. Either team could take this grand final for themselves, and it'd be a very, very nice way to finish off your year. Just being able to say, yeah, I won the last SCA tournament before the year did end. Obviously put yourself on a kind of a good track for the DPC. Because for Team Dog, it's not like the team's going to be together for the DPC. You did point it out earlier, but it is, you know, essentially EG plus 3 stand-ins right now for Team Dog. For TNC, though, if they were to win this grand final, they'd be feeling very, very good. And John, it's time for you to get translating. What the hell is Gabby saying?
Oh, Gabby's saying, are we just going to go straight? I think he's asking straight mid. Abed's like, yep. Gabby. Zapata's gonna, it's like, he's a shoe. You're a shoe. Get ready. I have no clue what they're saying anymore. Straight in. Abed's like, yes. You're a shoe. Tim's.
Uh-oh.
Tim's saying that his shoes also slip out. His shoes will also run away. And Abed saying, the champion will treat everyone. All right. So,
All right.
yeah. Libre. Say it, Mike. Libre naman. Say that.
What is it? Libre naman.
Yes. Something like that. Libre naman. Palibre naman. Say that.
What does it mean, though?
Just, you're asking for a treat from the winner. That's what they're saying in chat as well. They want, whoever wins, you gotta get treated. Maybe some Jollibee would be nice,
So,
Maybe a
palibre
whole
naman.
pack of monsters. Yes.
Palibre
That's exactly
naman.
it.
All right,
Now
I
you know
gotcha.
what to say. When you meet a new Filipino friend, tell them to say, you say that to their face at lunchtime. They're gonna have a good laugh at you. Trust me.
Well, I don't want them to laugh at me, John. It's not a
No,
very
they'd be
good.
like, oh, hey, he knows how to ask for stuff. Excellent.
They'll be
He's
like,
my
this-
kind of guy.
This homeless person's asking us for food right now. That's what they're gonna say when they look
Yes.
at me, John. Have you seen my Santa costume? I don't exactly look very wealthy. I'll tell you that. I look like a drunk Santa on a very bad Christmas Eve. But Libre no man. I got you, John.
There you go.
Thank you for that,
Love it.
Jonathan. KP,
well-
going to be chased down already down to that bot lane in your dream, and Paulison. Chase KP down and make it as hard as humanly possible for this man to be able to get any farm in. Because again, on this Troll Warlord, you feel so confident in the laning stage because it is one of those cores that can just dominate a lane basically on his own. Paulison's just kind of going to be there for for mental support. Just being very supportive, cheerleading, zoning out KP even more. Doing a great job of it as well, Paulison.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow lane for KP. Already trading unfavorably. This is a smooth start for In Your Dream, and you've got to find a way to correct this for TNC. Tim's, I mean, he's trying to just be as disruptive as possible, but it's so hard to trade favorably with an Ogre Magi, so they're going to find a lot more. Down mid, though, you are seeing Armel go off to a slower start here on his Invoker. 3-0 so far, Abed up at 7-1. Tornado misses, and this is where it gets a bit dicey. Like, early levels for Invoker are hard to sustain, so Armel just needs to stay safe, maybe until the level 4 mark, when his orbs will allow him to regen through a bit better, but Abed is going to look to play aggressive before then, and try to maximize this early spike the Ember does have over the Invoker.
Absolutely. Be a nice lane for Abed. It already has started off very, very effectively for him. Of course, up at that top lane as well, we do have Febby on that Pos 5 clockwork. He'll be there along with Gabby on the Morphling, and you'll have Ice for the third time in a row on the Enigma. And, he's going to be there with Arfu on the Tiny. Last game around, we didn't really see too much out of the Enigma. I do wonder this time whether Ice will be a bit more effective, I want to argue. So he was doing a great job in lane, but I suppose the game just went so slowly after that you never really saw any kind of black hole being thrown out, nor did you see a team fight. So I'm sure Ice wants a more active game than last game around as well.
Yeah, I think he's got to reconsider whether or not he wants to rush the Blink. That's the big issue from last time. He went for the Blink. They couldn't really maximize it beyond, what, 2 black holes at that period? Maybe even just 1 in the direct period since the Blink. So I think if Ice wants to play the slower game, it should definitely be that mech buildup. We'll see what he'll opt for. So far, though, Gabby not really dissuaded at all. Beyond all the nice Ice is finding, Gabby's still finding some steady farm regardless. And you are just having the supports play tag. Afu and Febby just poking each other here. No one really going to be able to find any sort of kill, though. If Afu cops some hits, it would be bad, but battery assault already faded.
Yeah, he's going to be just fine. Mid lane, Abed's still doing very, very good, but Armel has slowly caught himself up in terms of CS. Only just about 2 CS behind now. He's feeling a bit better about himself on this Invoker. But it is a bit of a concern not being able to pressure Abed out like you were the last game, but I suppose you can only do so much. TNC will just have to kind of stick with the game plan with this Invoker for now. So up at the top lane, Febby is going to go on to Ice, but Ice eventually is going to be able to get away, spawn more Eidolons, and keep denying creeps away from Gabby. Because he's going to be very low in terms of HP, but Gabby doesn't have the waveform anyway. So he can't really try and go for an initiation onto this Enigma. Just continue trying to focus in on that farm. However, Arfu now going to come in from the side. Can he find an avalanche toss? There are a lot of creeps around. He needs the full combination. He's going to throw the avalanche and the toss out now, and Gabby is eventually going to die. Ice is going to be the one to take the kill on the Enigma.
Yeah, it's a big pickup there for Ice that does set his lane up really nicely. A good injection of gold onto the Enigma. A good amount of EXP as well. And Gabby at the least managed to buy out his Morbid Mask earlier, but this is definitely not the start you're looking for from a Morphling. So they're going to have to try to hold out, maybe get Febby and zoning out more, but this is not smooth as well for Febby.
Oh, Febby. Oh, he pops a salve. It's going to give him the time to get out. But he's going to be stuck in the lane on very low HP, which means he's going to have to run back anyway. So he denies the golden XP away, but he kind of sacks his own laning stage. He'll have to walk his way back. In the meantime, Gabby was trying to get a bit more aggressive onto Ice, but it's not really going to work out. Ice is going to be just fine. And every other lane is still going pretty pleasantly for both teams. But it does seem like the main factor right now is In Your Dream on the Troll, who is once again free farming. 35 and 10, way ahead of anyone else in terms of CS. This might be a pretty big cause of concern for TNC.
Yeah, they're not going to have a good time if In Your Dream gets that smooth ramp into his Battle Fury. So you will have to watch how much space you're giving this troll. There's not much KP can do. I mean, he's trying to be disruptive, but In Your Dream doesn't care. You mentioned a range for him. You can just juggle that around. You've got enough space that Paulson can just walk around the map, start to get a couple of stacks off, start to help out securing these power runes, and oh, Armel.
Mid lane, Armel trying to go onto Arbed. Arbed does manage to secure the top power room, which was an invis. Still Paulson actually running into this mid lane. I'm not sure about that, Paulson. Bit aggressive there, and it will cost him his life.
Just as I expected.
Not sure what the idea was for our Ogre, just getting a bit too excited. Meanwhile, top lane, Ice also gonna die. Gabby able to secure that kill, but Arfu gonna try and go for the trade. Gabby is strength morphing, however, and should be able to eventually get out unless he runs out of strength. And Febby, he tried to go for the cogs pushback, but unfortunately locks Gabby in, and I suppose he was dead either way. There was really no getting out there for Gabby, but you know, what can you do?
Yeah, it's a valiant attempt. That does balance out a bit there for Ice, and they might get Febby as well.
They may. Arfu is a bit low on mana, but he will pop the mango. Febby gonna get fire blasted up, and that should mean that the supports of the Radiant side will be able to finish off this position 5 clockwork. And now Gabby's gonna be pressured. Ice not at that level 6 mark yet. Mel going to be forced to rotate in with the EMP Tornado. It is going to land on both heroes, and Arfu going to be targeted. He'll turn around for an avalanche, but that's all he can do, as he will eventually die to Armel on the Invoker. Nice little rotation out, slowing down the push attempt and pretty much stopping it up at that top lane.
Yeah, they do have space to go onto In Your Dream. This is a risky spot here.
Yeah, he does pop the battle trance to try and survive this one out. He's got to turn back around though and go back onto Tims, but he's not life stealing quite enough, and KP has plenty of control to make sure Tims does not die. Very nice stuff there from TNC. It's going to make it a 3-1 now. Slight net worth lead for this Radiant side. Even the mid lane, a bit of action going on now. Armel going to be chased down by Arbed, but the EMP not going to be dodged down. Still, Armel is dropping to the Flame Guard damage and should eventually just die, but no. Febby, a great cogs pushback. Paulson is still going to find Armel, but now the Ghost Walk is there. Perfect timing from Febby, saving his mid Invoker, and now poor old Arfu's going to suffer. He will go down to Tims.
Just timely punishment coming out from TNC. Starting to pay off. Armel really pulling ahead here compared to Abed, at least catching up considering that slower start. Abed does have some stacks to go back into, but losing your pause 4 like that is not a good time. You want Afu to find this blink quick. Every single death he takes is going to slow down that blink. So you are trading off a couple of opportunities there on the side of Team Dog. The one big advantage they have right now, again, is looking back at that bot lane. In Your Dream, despite being solo, despite dying once solo, is still top in last hits, is still top in net worth, so his Battle Fury timing is still going to be met at a really fast pace, and Gabby just cannot measure up. And Morphling is just struggling up top consistently. He still needs some relief. Maybe he needs to start considering that jungle, as the pressure is really affecting his efficiency here on the map.
On bot lane, the pressure is going to begin now from TNC. KP going to get started on that tier 1 tower. Top lane, Gabby is free farming very nicely on that Morphling. He is very far behind in terms of net worth, so he's just catching up. In fact, now they're going to try and go maybe with the black hole, but no, it won't be forced out. While that's happening though, bot lane, In Your Dream does end up going down. Febby able to pick up the kill on the Clockwork.
And that's a big one. They're slowing down In Your Dream's timing into the Battle Fury, so they've managed to find the right time to apply pressure. Gabby makes the rotation down bot as well, abandoning the top lane. Looks like it is time to go for those tier 1 tower trades. Of course, Ice can get that done by himself, but you did have to sacrifice your troll, so you do have to watch out. a very good set of aggressive moves from TNC. A 3-6 now at the 10-minute mark. Still lagging a bit behind in terms of net worth, but not by much. The biggest outlier is only Gabby, but once you take this tier 1 bot, Gabby should have some space in the bot jungle to play farm.
That he should. The top lane does finally have its tower taken out. Abed is going to defend the bottom tier 1 tower, while Gabby will try to fight with him just a little bit. Very hard to fight with the morph, as he does have that strength morph, always to his advantage. Meanwhile, in the dire jungle, Armel and Febby are going to rotate. Moonlight Shadow will be popped defensively, but they are going to try and get aggressive. Febby is going to scout out Phil and Ice just in the back lines, and even in your dream now going to get spotted out. And well, TNC, of course, can't fight that one out with 2 heroes. They're just going to have to let them walk away.
Yeah, it's not too much being found here. Just the time to sit back and farm, try to build up on your heroes. You do have the power treads up, and Gabby, he still is going for that tier 1 bot. Does fall, so he's got that space he wants for himself, but the mid is being pressured here from the side of Team Dog.
Yeah, chains out on Tim's, but it's only going to be for a split second. Tim's just going to try and delay this as much as humanly possible. Could be too easy, but now he has help coming in. Febby will go for the hook shot onto Paulson with the arrow follow-up, and it looks like this ogre will die. Meanwhile, Arbed going to try and chase down Tim. Will run into him. It does connect the chains, but Arbed is getting very low and will not be able to stick around to try and finish off the kill. So they lose Paulson. They do not get that mid-tier 1 tower. It is still standing and pretty darn healthy. I think TNC will probably be happier dragging out the game longer with this Morphling than, say, the side of Team Dog will be.
I think it's a bit of a weird back and forth. It takes a while for the Morphling to catch up to the farm that you're seeing on this troll. In your dream, once he has this Battle Fury, it's going to escalate a little bit faster, and that's something that TNC need to be aware of. So if they want to play the late game, the Morphling does scale nicely, but they need to shut down that troll, and they are smoked up. Looks like they've got the same idea here.
Yeah, Paulson, not really the target they wanted to start on, but they'll have to settle. Still, Ice is TPing in with the black hole. He might go for it, but Febby, a nice cogs, making sure that Ice does not have a path. They will get one. Still, Febby now going to be in danger. Hook shot not going to land on Armel. Just wanted a hook shot away, but it is not going to work out. Still, Armel pops the drums to try and help him out. It is not going to be enough. It will end up being a 1-for-1 on both position 5s. That's pretty much it. Both teams, once again, just going to back out. They don't really find the opportunity they were looking for.
Yeah, just rather unfortunate, but Team Dog will count their lucky stars that they only lose their Ogre. It's not a big loss at all for the side of Dog. TNC are making space out for Gabby, so he is given a lot of free room to just build up. He is saving up for the Manta into shotgun build here. So as long as he's not contested like he was in lane, should be a smooth ramp into that point. Moonlight Shadow once more. Ice is vulnerable up top.
Yeah, he is. Cold Snap EMP is going to fly out, and Febby is going to be there with the battery assault. With the arrow also out, Armel will happily take the kill with the tornado. A very valuable pickup there for TNC.
You're the last you'll hear.
Team Dog, at least for now, don't really have much of an answer. They're just kind of biding their time, allowing In Your Dream to keep this farm up. Of course, Arvid is still working towards that Spirit Vessel as well, so they don't really want to go without that. In the meantime, they will have to watch Ice die. But it seems like they're happy to just trade his life away if it means In Your Dream can farm towards the Battle Fury.
Yeah, they are just prioritizing that troll. It's always Ice in the risky lanes. He does have his mech up, so despite dying, his timings are still being met well. Going to be going into the BKB build on that Enigma. And overall, despite those stats, the timing is still pretty on point. So not slowing down too much. Pulled some decent farm distribution out from Team Dog, but they are lagging slightly behind. So TNC take the slight net worth lead. Still a good spike coming out here. The Spirit Vessel up on Abed really early on, along with a Battle Fury up. Spirit Vessel does mean they can start to make moves on Gabby if they wanted to.
They're going to give it a crack. 15-minute bounty runes are going to be there. KB not going to go in after it. It was a very, very dangerous time to go for it as well. Big smoke up though. 3 heroes. from Team Dog, going to start moving their way into the mid lane. They do split out Tim's. Maleficus is going to be there from Ice, but I think they want a bit more than the Mirana. They're going to head down towards the southeast where they'll find Gabby on the Morphling.
The dire stand on the hunt for radiant forces.
Gabby, a lot of danger here.
Has been denied.
Avalanche is going to be out. He's already started strength morphing, but the vessel is going to be there from Arbed, and the chains don't actually land. They do still keep going on to that morph. Gabby is still alive as he will turn back around now. Back onto Arfu. He has help coming in from TNC. Arfu is set to fall, but he goes for another avalanche. Looks like he will go down eventually. Meanwhile, the Ogre, Paulson, also going to drop to the tornado of Armel. Ice, he's trying to find a black hole initiation, but he is not going to get any of it. The battery assault is there from Bevy, and he just can't find an angle. Very, very tough stuff right now for Team Dog, as even Arbed been pushed back by the Cogs, but he'll turn back around onto Armel. Ghostwalk is going to be there. Arbed waiting for that sleight of fist, but is not going to be able to really throw it out. He'll just keep playing around. He does have a sentry there for Armel, but Armel is not low enough in terms of HP, and Arbed, well, he's wasted all his remnants. He does get out, but they were waiting. They knew exactly where he was going. Tim's able to take the kill on the Mirana. And another great team fight out for TNC Predator.
Yeah, they're really starting to build up a lead now in TNC. 4-13. Team Dog just throwing bodies out, stalling out for their troll. Even Abed's farm is starting to be impacted. The lead is starting to be noticeable. Ice, and Abed trailing behind even KP's Brewmaster. And Armel is allowed to farm up really well. He's got the Orchid up along with his drums. So the Invoker can take a lot more of an active role here early on while they are buying the space out for Gabby, which has been paying off. That was Team Dog trying to reveal the Spirit Vessel. They lose all the charges on Abed. That means they're going to need to find a pickoff before they can try that again on Gabby.
Absolutely. Armel might even spot out in your dream here on this troll. With that Orchid, they could definitely try to go for this kill. Baby gonna spot him out now, does have the hook shot, doesn't use it yet. In your dream, gonna pop the battle trance to go onto the clock. They silence the troll up. Arrow gonna fly through as well from Tim's, landing perfectly on that troll warlord. He's not dead yet, but Bebby is gonna be there to just hold him in place as they do take him out with the EMP. Arbed will come in and take down Bebby on the clockwork, but it's nowhere near worthwhile for Team Dog to lose your pos 1 like that for a position 5 clockwork. And TNC, again, just finding the better end of the deal.
Yeah, they're just extremely glad with that set of events coming out for them. TNC just always finding the punishment out here. Their movement has been a lot more worthwhile as well. They've got some major spikes coming out here. Tim's already has his Yules for his arrow setup. They're just meeting all their power beats, and in fact...
Arrow, going to be blocked off there by Arfu. He's trying to save the Dane. He actually does. Arbed able to get himself out at the cost of Arfu's life. Great little save there, though, from Arfu. Had that arrow connected, Arbed would have almost guaranteed just be dead. We'll take the Tiny instead, still TNC. Smelling blood in the water. We'll go into that triangle, and Armel runs straight into In Your Dream. He gets the silence off with the Orchid. Tim's looking for an arrow. Is going to land it in the end. And this troll, can he survive? Not quite. He gets the Whirling Axes off, but it is not going to be anywhere near enough. And they even kill off Paulson on the Ogre. It's a 5-17 now. TNC with a 4k net worth lead. And with these two heroes dead, they can rush for the Roshan pit.
Yeah, they've got that Alacrity now on Gabby, so he can just machine gun the Roche. They do get a scan out, but it's a fairly obvious Roche. Ice has no angle to go in for a black hole play, so it's just going to go. You can't get the response in time here from the side of Team Dog. Going to be another big take for TNC, and it should allow them to constantly force these fights. They still have split if they need it. They still have Gabby relatively healthy, and they just have control. Team Dog, just the best they can do is avoid and try to farm up or catch a straggler off.
Looking at Gabby in that mid lane, Arfu and Arbed are there, but Febby and Armel going to run straight into them. In fact, they didn't spot them out, then around. Armel seems to have found Ice. They want to try and go after the Enigma. He has help coming from the backside. The hook shot is not going to land either. And now In Your Dream can try to go after the Invoker, but he does not. Instead, they'll start a team fight onto Tim's. They do try for the Mirana, but he does get the Yules off in time. Still the chains is going to be there from Abed, and he is going to remnant out. Onto Paulison, he's going to be okay for now. Meanwhile, on the left side, they are going after the clockwork, but In Your Dreams come in now after the clock. It looks like they will get him. The black hole out from Ice as well, catching out Armel. They don't have quite enough to kill him off. The Ice War held them back, and now Gabby going back in on the Morphling. Wants that Enigma and Ice. He's going to drop. Gabby's got a triple kill out in this Morph so far. Onto In Your Dream they go. This should be the ultra kill. In fact, never mind, Armel will take the kill for himself. But now with this Brewmaster split, they'll try onto Arbed, but he will remnant away. But that'll be your mid-tier 1 tower going down now for Team Dog. And, well, this draft for Team Dog is not working out in this game number 5. Not so far anyway.
No, it's sort of falling apart. 6k lead for TNC. In Your Dream loses his net worth advantage. He's barely keeping up now with KP. This is not the position you want your troll on. Everyone else on the side of Team Dog is starting to lag behind as well. Abed just not able to utilize this Spirit Vessel to its full potential. And Ice still waiting for the BKB. So until you get this BKB on Ice, his black holes are just not going to be as big as you'd want them to be. And TNC just constantly abuse that. They just don't have any major spots to wait for beyond the split. Everyone else just can keep running at the side of Team Dog, and Team Dog just do not have the appropriate response ready. Like, they just don't have those key items you'd expect, and Your Dream needs so much more time to farm up. He's saving up for his own BKB, but the map is starting to shrink here for the side of Team Dog.
Oh, it certainly is, John, and shrinking very, very quickly. Baby and KP gonna Moonlight Shadow up into the mid lane, and they'd love to get a pick off on this Ember Spirit. Arbed has only died once this game, but Tim's right next to him as well. Still Arthur gonna come in from the backside, but it won't matter. They got the arrow off. Arbed is silenced, but the Tornado is gonna give him time, but not enough time. KP will be able to take the kill. And while they killed off Arbed, you've got the shotgun now up on Gabby, and he's rushing for Ice in the Radiant base. He looks to blow him up, and he does. Oh, TNC. This game number 5, they are looking very, very strong. Fu, Avalanche Toss, not going to be enough. Just barely, Gabby. He'll survive, and Fu is going to die. A double kill out, and now they're onto the tier 3 tower. TNC, they may have done it, John. 12k net worth lead. First lane of Barracks going to go the way of the Dire. Tims will go in for a Yule Scepter onto the Ogre, but Paulison does have the Eidolon to block off the arrow, but it won't matter. Gabby, a godlike spree already on this Morph. And with this alacrity from the Invoker, of course he can push that much quicker. But it's only going to be one lane of Rax. They do back off. An immediate smoke up. They want this game done ASAP, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, they are just hungry. They sense the weakness in Team Dog. They know Team Dog's playing from behind. This is not something Team Dog is ever comfy with. We've seen them in this situation before, and every time they lose the lead, it just kind of collapses.
Arbed gonna remnant away. In Your Dream, barely getting away. Armel right next to him, but didn't have the vision. What's Dota Plus thinking right now, John? Oh, geez, 98%.
Woo!
That's... I mean, I can't necessarily disagree, because it does feel like the Troll is just going to drop off way quicker than the Morph will. And Gabby is currently 4.5k ahead of In Your Dreams Troll. See if they can make a big comeback here, Team Dog, but it is looking rather rough for them.
It really is. A lot is hanging off the back of Ice now. Getting in position to maximize this BKB with a good black hole. The issue is he doesn't have a blink, so he's going to have to walk up with the BKB and hope for the best. And it just hasn't been happening. If he doesn't get the angle, the fight really does collapse. So you have to be careful here, Team Dog, as TNC, they're still hungry. They've still got spells to play with. They're not scared.
No, they are not. Moonlight Shadow is there. Arbed is going to be the one to be focused. No, they go after In Your Dream straight off the bat. Ice, though. There's your black hole. It's only on one. Gabby's going to waveform through the back lines. They got Arthur on the Tiny. They did not get anyone on the side of TNC. Sunstrike on In Your Dream. He'll battle trance and try and survive through this, but it is not looking good. He's been tornadoed up, and Gabby will just stand his ground. He does not respect the Troll whatsoever. Now Ice also caught on the Enigma. And there you go. The GG's called. TNC Predator, after 5 games, will be able to get the BTS Pro Series Season 4 win underneath their belts. And that is a very nice way to finish off this year if you are TNC Predator.
Definitely. They managed to get a great win for themselves after sort of struggling the past few tournaments. We haven't seen them win out just yet in any single one, but they do manage to hold it steady here. They are back in top form with Coach Febby playing in for them, and they do manage to secure a really strong... Yeah, the Ducks come out. The Dogs apparently are not enough, and...
Whoa. Hold on a minute. We're not casting EU now. Our admin's getting a little bit excited. Like, hold on a minute. 5 games wasn't enough for you guys. Get back in here.
Oh, yeah. Still. Zax, stop it.
Please,
Stop
Zax.
it, Zax.
We've had enough.
Getting kicked. Still, great performance route from Teams TNC. Big props to them. Team Dog. Look, you know, everyone had high hopes for Team Dog, but we have to point it out. These guys were just... It's another stack. You know, it's like the Among Us team. They were just a stack that formed from players with no teams yet. Same thing here with Team Dog. They make it all the way to the finals, and they make themselves look really good. So despite the circumstances, they go the distance. They couldn't close it out, but going this far already is an achievement for these guys.
Well, with that, John, should we switch over to the camera and say our goodbyes to the lovely viewers out there that are watching?
Oh, yes.
Make sure you have your glasses on, John. There you go. Well, with that, that is it for tonight. Of course, BTS Pro Series 4, the final tournament of SEA, I believe, is now done. 2020 is thankfully also about done, John. Very, very good news indeed. I hope you enjoyed yourself, John. You got any final words to say before we head off?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all of you viewers for tuning in, for supporting us. If you like the cast, if you haven't yet followed us, follow me and Mike at MLP Dota on Twitter, at JohnXFire as well. We're on Facebook. It's MLP Dota for Mike and JohnXFire.gaming for me on Facebook. If you want to reach out, if you got feedback, we're always responsive. We do try to respond and try to improve constantly. Would have to give some shout outs again to the fine folk who've been watching, people in chat.
Absolutely.
Mahal Kosi FY, I know you're there. A whole bunch of views. I can't recall. It's so late. We've got a couple of names have been requested again to shout out. So Brian Ocampo, John Jeffrey Concepcion, Shem, Jafet, Leon Nizo. Thank you for all your support. And the Madrazo brothers here in GCIS, in Davao. But beyond that, again, once more, thank you for your support. It's been a long year. A lot of you guys have been watching me and Mike cast since the start of the year throughout Southeast Asia. It's been a wonderful time. And I guess all I can say now is Maligayang Pasko. And I don't know how to say Happy New Year, but Happy New Year as well coming up here, guys.
Indeed. Everyone enjoy 2021. Enjoy your Christmas holidays. Just happy holidays, I guess, for some people out there as well. It just doesn't matter. Just eat a lot. Maybe have a few drinks. Have some time with your family. Of course, John, we don't know where we're going to end up next year. The DBC is coming in, and I don't believe we are going to be part of SCA, unfortunately, but we'll find out. Nothing's set in stone. Till then, though, it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire, and hopefully we'll see you in 2021. See you later.